Very good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Tuesday, the 17th of February. These are your headlines this hour. Nigel Farage claims victory after the Prime Minister abandons plans to delay elections, sparking a row between Reform and the Conservatives. More than 200 people are arrested in 4 weeks in a phone theft crackdown. The Met Commissioner tells the courts stop releasing repeat offenders. The family of missing American mother Nancy Guthrie are cleared as possible suspects in her disappearance. Plus, teenage boys in crisis. Sky News looks at the challenges young men are facing both on and offline.
Nothing else in the world smells like that. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
And Hollywood says goodbye to Robert Duvall, star of Apocalypse Now and The Godfather, who's being remembered as one of the greatest of all time. And at 6:40, we'll see what's making the headlines in today's papers with the Chief Executive of Age UK, Paul Farmer. Very good morning to you. 30 local councils now face a scramble to organise elections in just 2 months' time after the latest Govt U-turn. Sir Keir Starmer had attempted to delay some local council elections in May ahead of planned local government reorganisation. However, he's been forced to abandon those plans after legal advice suggested that a delay could be unlawful. A £63 million fund has now been announced to cover the costs, and it's a saga into which the Conservatives have also been drawn. Writing on X, the Shadow Local Government Secretary, Sir James Cleverly, said, "I've always said these elections should go ahead. Steve Reid's credibility is now completely gone. This botched cancellation and U-turn will have cost local government millions. I don't think this funding will cover those costs. Labour is a joke." Well, Reform's head of policy, Zia Youssef, replied saying Tory councils literally said to the government, "Yes, please, cancel the elections. You are a duplicitous clown." Well, the Conservative Party chairman, Kevin Hollinrake, replied with an expletive, going on to say, "As you know, a couple did ask for postponement against our strong advice. All the rest did not. We argued and voted against this every step of the way in Parliament, including my fellow shadow ministers and me personally. You keep lying to the voters, we'll keep fighting for them." Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Alex Rogers. And Alex, there's a lot of pressure on the Prime Minister, a lot of pressure on Steve Reid, but then also, curiously, this is a row that is taking in, well, pretty much every political party.
Yeah, lots of accusations and stone throwing going around this morning, Gareth, but I think it's the Labour government who are bearing the brunt of this decision. Now, they initially said that they needed to delay these council elections to help local reorganisation of some councils go ahead, and that it would have been difficult for some local authorities to do both at the same time. But what's happened this week is that the government has withdrawn that decision, saying it received new legal advice in light of a challenge, a legal challenge launched by Reform UK. So Nigel Farage has been out celebrating this decision, hailing it as a victory for his party and saying he managed to get the government to cave on it. But while he's been happy and out celebrating, there's been an angry reaction from lots of councillors and council leaders. One of them is Richard Wright. He's a Conservative councillor and chair of the District Councils Network. He said council officers, councillors and local electorates will be bewildered by the unrelenting changes to the electoral timetable. The councils affected face an unnecessary race against time to ensure elections proceed smoothly and fairly, with polling stations booked and electoral staff available. And he's not the only one who's angry. Labour MPs are also pretty furious that the government's handed this victory to Reform. One I spoke to yesterday said the government was a laughingstock and that there was a now resigned acceptance among backbenchers that this is the level of competence we have for now. So not ideal for the Labour government or Steve Reid.
And it's not just Labour that's in the headlines today. Nigel Farage and Reform UK going to make announcements later regarding their proposed shadow cabinet.
Yes, a news conference expected later this morning. I think this is to address a couple of the criticisms that Reform face. The first, that Reform is a one-man band consisting of Nigel Farage only, and that also there aren't enough government experience. So I think he's going to try and show that Reform is preparing for government. There's reports that Robert Jenrick, who was the Shadow Justice Secretary who defected from the Tories just recently, could take the role of Chancellor, and Zia Youssef Griff could lead on foreign policy and Richard Tice, the deputy leader, could lead on business and economic policy. But I think one key question he may face is whether he can keep these big personalities in harmony and avoid the psychodrama that plagued the Tories in particular.
Alex, good to have you with us. Alex and the rest of the team, plenty more from them throughout the course of the morning. Let's turn our attention to the Winter Olympics. Team GB have been enjoying a golden Winter Olympics, but yesterday, well, we literally were brought back down to earth. For the second time at the Games, freestyle skier Kirsty Muir finished agonisingly close to a medal finish. The 21-year-old had one hand on the bronze medal until the Italian Flora Tabanelli moved ahead on the big air jump in the final, and then Muir tried to pull off a new grab, as you saw, but was pushed back into third and ended up crashing out, meaning she had to settle for fourth instead. It comes a week after she also narrowly missed out on bronze in the slopestyle. Well, a performance riddled with mistakes saw the men's curling team suffer a shock 7-6 loss to Norway. Bruce Mert's team now need to beat Canada tonight and the USA tomorrow in their final two round-robin matches to guarantee a place into the Final Four. Team GB's women lost 10-6 against Switzerland, meaning they now need to rely on results elsewhere to reach the medal matches. And 39-year-old Dave, the rocket riding, says he'll have to get a proper job now after hanging up his skis following his fifth and final games. He finished 17th in the slalom, even though his final run briefly put him in the gold medal position. Team GB teammate Billy Major was one place ahead, actually, in 16th. Elsewhere, Britain's Neil Tracy crashed out of the 500-metre short track skating. Well, let's take a look at the medal tally after day 10. Norway continuing to lead the way, as they so often do. 12 golds, 7 silvers and 9 bronze medals. Italy, the hosts, in second with 8 golds. America third with 6. GB in 12th with those 3 gold medals. Now then, more than 200 people have been arrested in the past 4 weeks alone as part of a phone theft crackdown in London. For more, let's bring in Emma Birchley. And Emma, many people, I'm sure, will be pleased about these figures. Many people also have first-hand experience of the challenges of having their phone snatched.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a huge problem. People having their phones stolen, it comes out of nowhere, and before you know it, a piece of kit that's got all your information on it, your banking details, is swiped from you and gone. And you can see here some of the examples of that happening. You know, you're holding a mobile phone, they can be worth over £1,000 in some cases. Now, what the police are doing is using drones to capture intelligence, they're using live facial recognition and also e-bikes so that they are able to outmaneuver the thieves when they zoom off with these mobile phones. Over the past year, because of this biggest ever crackdown on mobile phone theft, the numbers have reduced from 81,000 phones to around 71,000. So that's a fall of 12%. And there's been this intense crackdown over the last 4 weeks where there have been 248 arrests, 770 phones recovered, and a further 122 people arrested as part of the wider operation. And the key to this success is dismantling the gangs. In one operation, 32 people were arrested, 20 have already been charged, 1,000 mobile phones and 200 laptops that have been seized that were destined to be smuggled abroad. And in that operation, they had been recruiting teenagers online, offering hundreds of pounds for them to help with the crime. Now, huge success, but there has been a warning on 2 fronts from the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, who said manufacturers and tech companies must do more to stop criminals being able to reset, reuse or resell stolen phones. We also need the courts to play their part by preventing repeat offenders being bailed only to go out and offend again, undermining the hard work officers are doing to keep communities safe. Where they've really targeted certain hotspot areas like the West End, for example, these thefts are down 30% since April. So you can see it's really working. But clearly there's more to be done, because if you're talking 71,000 still stolen in the last year, that is nearly 200 a day.
Emma, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. The names of 2 British skiers killed in an avalanche in the French Alps on Friday have now been revealed. 46-year-old Stuart Leslie and 51-year-old Sean Overy was skiing off-piste with an instructor at Val d'Isère when they were swept down the mountain. A French national who was also skiing alone was also killed. A friend of Stuart said he lived life to the absolute maximum and squeezed everything out of every moment. Tributes are pouring in for the Oscar-winning actor Robert Duvall, who's died at the age of 95. Duvall starred in iconic films such as The Godfather and Apocalypse Now, with co-stars and filmmakers describing him rightly as one of Hollywood's greatest. Amelia Harper looks back at his life and career.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
A 45-year-old Robert Duvall delivers the line he would later become famous for. The 1979 film Apocalypse Now, playing the pompous army officer Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore.
You know that gasoline smell? A whole hill. Smells like victory.
Born in 1932, Duvall built a career spanning 7 decades. He was known for doing less, an actor with minimal dialogue but maximum authenticity. After a Broadway stint, his first film role was 1962's To Kill a Mockingbird.
Heck, let's go out on the front porch.
His appearance as the reclusive Boo Radley led to more than 90 future film appearances, despite not uttering a single word.
Your father would want to hear this. This is business, not personal.
But his work led to this, a somewhat louder role in the 1973 film The Godfather, as the mafia consigliere Tom Hagen.
Advice on how to patch things up. Just help me win, please, all right?
And the winner is...
Ha-ha! Oh, yeah, Robert Duvall!
Delivering a mixture of leading and supporting roles, Duvall won a similar magnitude of awards, including an Oscar for Best Actor in Tender Mercies. His portrayal of a country singer overcoming alcoholism took him to a total of 7 Academy Award nominations and 7 Golden Globes. But perhaps the greatest accolade came from his wife, Luciana Duvall, who said to the world he was an Academy Award-winning actor. To me, he was simply everything.
Well, his Godfather co-star Al Pacino has been one of those to pay tribute, saying it was an honour to have worked with Robert Duvall. He was a born actor, as they say. His connection with it, his understanding and his phenomenal gift will always be remembered. I will miss him. From The Godfather's director, Francis Ford Coppola, what a blow to learn of the loss of Robert Duvall. Such a great actor and such an essential part of the production family. American Zoetrope from its beginning, The Rain People, The Conversation, The Godfather Part 2, Apocalypse Now, THX 1138, Assassination, Tango. While a fellow Academy Award winner, Viola Davis, wrote, "I've always been in awe of your towering portrayals of men who are both quiet and dominating in their humanness. You were a giant and icon. May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest." Sticking with the US, actually, authorities there have cleared all the family members of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie as possible suspects in her disappearance. The mum of TV host Savannah Guthrie has been missing for over 2 weeks now, believed to have been kidnapped from her home in Arizona. David Blevins picks up the story.
So is the net closing on the person behind the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? The FBI can only hope so. The glove from which they are analysing DNA appears to match one worn by a masked man in the doorbell camera footage they were able to retrieve, despite the device having been disconnected. They've also been able to ascertain that the distinct backpack seen in that video is only sold by Walmart, so they are working with Walmart to try to identify people who bought it either in a store or online in recent weeks. Sources close to the investigation say there is still no leading theory, but there is no shortage of true crime enthusiasts peddling conspiracy theories online, prompting this response from the county sheriff, Chris Nanos. To be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honour your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. I have to say, no matter where you go, from small-town diners in rural America to the big newsrooms in the city, it is the question everyone is asking: where is Nancy Guthrie? America is captivated by this mystery, partly because her daughter is a household name. Savannah Guthrie is supposed to be hosting the Winter Olympics for NBC, not making heartfelt appeals for the safe return of her mother. And partly because it touches something universal: the longing to know what has happened to this woman.
Details there from David Blevins. Elsewhere in America, 2 people have been killed, 3 people injured after a shooting at a junior hockey game in Rhode Island. It happened at a local ice rink in the middle of the afternoon. It's believed both the victims were adults, and police say it appears to have been a targeted incident, potentially linked to a family dispute. The injured were taken to hospital in a critical condition. Police say the shooter was in his 50s.
Police were met with several people, obviously, inside the arena, and there was 2 casualties within the arena. The suspect was confirmed as one of those casualties. Later on, we learned that another casualty from the shooting was at the hospital, that they succumbed to their injuries after being at the hospital, and there is 3 additional victims at the hospital.
The former US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has accused the Trump administration of a cover-up over its staggered release of documents in the Epstein files. Speaking to the BBC, Ms. Clinton urged the US government to speed up the files' full release. She and her husband Bill Clinton are due to appear before the Oversight Committee investigating Epstein later this month. There's no suggestion of any wrongdoing. For his part, President Trump says he has nothing to hide.
I have nothing to hide. I've been exonerated. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. They went in hoping that they'd find it and found just the opposite. I've been totally exonerated. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was fighting that I don't get elected with some author, a sleazebag, by the way. And I've been totally exonerated. No, they're getting pulled in, and that's their problem. I don't know, they're going to have to see what happens. But I watched her in Munich, and she seriously has Trump arrangements in her.
Meanwhile, 6 firms linked to the former Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, are being wound down in the wake of further revelations about her in the Epstein files. Email exchanges between the pair indicate she asked for his advice over how to deal with a £6 million debt while he was still in jail for soliciting prostitution from a minor. The ex-wife of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was the sole director of all 6 companies, which had little public profile and no real clear purpose. Donald Trump, meanwhile, has also weighed in on the peace talks, which are set to take place on 2 fronts in Geneva today. Ukrainian and Russian delegations will meet, along with officials from Washington and Tehran. The president has labelled Iran bad negotiators as he looks to force them to wind back their nuclear program.
I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
2.5 million children across the UK don't live with a father figure, which has particular impact on the health and prospects of young boys. One school in Basingstoke is trying to help their male students navigate society and the challenges that come with it through a support network of men. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, visited Brighton Hill Community School to see the plan in action and spent time with 2 fatherless teens.
Hands up if you're aware of a programme called Adolescents.
We've heard the warnings that teenage boys are in crisis.
Young men are suffering. They're feeling isolated, they're grappling with their masculinity and with their broader place in society.
What can we do as a society to stop young boys being dragged into this whirlpool of hatred and misogyny?
Boys are struggling, lagging behind girls at school in every metric, from primary to GCSE and beyond. There's concern about their online consumption.
Real strength isn't in that toxic content online. It's about how kind we are.
Absent fatherhood is also on the rise. Teenage life is harder to navigate. And 2 boys here at Brighton Hill Community School in Basingstoke have agreed to share their experiences. 16-year-old Jacob and 15-year-old Raphael.
Your model, how are you going to change it? How are you going to make it better?
Raphael's father left home when he was 2, more recently starting a new family abroad. Raphael doesn't feel wronged by that, but he has struggled with it.
It's knowing that your own father's not there growing up, or you start to question yourself. Am I enough? Am I the problem? It's simple things like when I was learning to do a tie, I was using YouTube when that's one of the moments you want to be able to go to a dad.
Let's take you through the front pages now, beginning with today's Times, leading with Sir Keir Starmer's plan to delay 30 council elections in May being abandoned. The Financial Times reports that the government's scrapping the plans following advice that it could be unlawful. The Eye says Reform UK leader Nigel Farage forced the Prime Minister to make the U-turn. And the Daily Express, well, it says that senior Tories are accusing the PM of secretly plotting to lock the UK back into the EU, so says the paper. The Metro, leading on Starmer's pledge to extend online safety rules to AI chatbots, announced yesterday to protect children from illegal content. Let's move on to the Daily Mirror, shall we? Its lead on the front page there on a grieving mother welcoming new changes in data law, but urging the PM to act now to protect children online. Stick with us at 6:40. We'll have the news review with the Chief Executive of Age UK, Paul Farmer. And just a reminder, Jason Farrell as well on Mornings with Kamali for more on that story about Britain's lost boys. That's all coming up throughout the course of the morning. So too is this. Sky News speaking to Danny and Danny Dyer, who are furious about the state of the UK's water.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay.
Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first.
Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
I'll tell you on another day on the podcast what that was all about.
Welcome to the world.
Come along for the journey, it'll be fun.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? This is the war game.
There were a number of armed security.
We want to discover, to find out what's really going on.
Everything you need to know about British politics in about 20 minutes. I actually don't like political drama.
So, where next?
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Now then, here's one you may not have expected this morning. The actor and comedian Danny Dyer has joined the chorus of voices angry at the state of the UK's water industry, which is plagued by pollution problems, rising bills and large exec payouts. He tested water on the Isle of Sheppey and shared his outrage at the results with my colleague Sarah Jane Mee.
There is a moment where I decide to test the water to see how much is in it. And I won't give it away, but it's fascinating.
Yeah, and we talk about that a lot on this show, actually, the state of the UK water, yeah.
You know, and...
Has that got you angry, Danny?
Up, but, you know, OK, so you charge us money, and then what do you do with our water? You just pump it into the sea. I see, so it's quite a dangerous, tricky thing. Yeah. So if we were to go again and do another series, it's something I would like to... I know Fergal Sharkey's somebody that's...
Steve Backshall as well. You adding your name into this campaign?
Well, I'm busy.
UK Waters.
I've got a lot on my plate. But it is fascinating to me that the one thing we have got, we are an island and we've got a lot of coast. And if we can't get in it in case we go blind, we've got some issues.
More beeps than I was expecting at this time of the day, although it was Danny Dyer, and that was Danny Dyer alongside Danny Dyer talking to Sarah J. Mee. You can hear it all on the UK Tonight at 8 o'clock this evening. And we're going to stick actually with water, because parts of the country will enjoy some sunshine today, but it's also been a punishing start to the year. Relentless rain, 36 consecutive days. Flooding now expected in nearly 100 areas of England. Hydrologists warning that rising groundwater levels are an invisible climate threat. Thomas Moore has this report.
In the city of Five Rivers, they are no strangers to flooding. Salisbury in Wiltshire has a £45 million flood relief scheme to keep the high waters at bay. But the rain has been relentless so far this year, and the river levels have surged.
I've never seen it as high as this before.
And for so long as well.
Yeah.
It's been, like, what has it been, a few weeks now.
So what do you think is going on?
Climate change, clearly.
New figures reveal a sodden nation. It started in January with record rainfall for the month in the southwest of England and a deluge across the south. 75 flood warnings and 191 flood alerts were in place at the start of this week. And the Environment Agency has also warned of water rising up through the ground to cause sudden flooding on the surface. 29 monitoring stations have groundwater levels above normal, and 10 have risen to a record high in recent weeks.
Groundwater flooding is invisible. It comes up through the floorboards, it seeps out in the middle of the night, and people aren't expecting it. It's not like you're living near to a river and you expect that flooding. So it can be very serious, it can take people by surprise, and it is very persistent. It can last for a long time. So this could last for months in some of these places.
We have a navigation up there. You've come over the bridge, which needs to be cleaned out.
In a village just outside Salisbury, we met David. He built his bungalow 3 feet higher than the road, and he's stayed dry while his neighbours have flooded. Groundwater is a big part of the problem.
I'm not concerned about whether it rains or not. I mean, that's not my attitude, really, because I feel a bit sorry for people being flooded out. It's nothing they could do about it.
Because it's like the invisible threat, isn't it, coming from beneath?
Yeah. I mean, you can't do anything about groundwater. It's there and you can't do anything about it.
Somerset has also been badly affected by floods. Pumps have been brought in and vegetation cleared from rivers in an attempt to drain the water. According to the Met Office, the jet stream is lying much further south than normal for the time of year. It's also been fired up by cold weather in North America, generating bands of relentless rain that have slammed into the UK, particularly in the south. It is only a matter of months since large parts of England were in drought, but weather extremes are becoming the norm as a result of climate change, and the challenge will be to adapt. Thomas Moore, Sky News in Salisbury.
6:27, time for the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
Next couple of days, some good news to come. It's going to be cold and fine for many. Some overnight frost, but the south wet tomorrow. Currently a widespread frost bringing some icy stretches, especially to the north and east. They should clear around 10 this morning. Otherwise, mostly fine. There's some wintry showers around, mainly in the northeast. They'll largely clear towards Norfolk this morning, while the southwest will cloud over. Rain and hail snow spreading to Cork and Kerry. Most other places, dry and sunny. It'll be colder than yesterday with a raw wind in the east. Top temperatures, 7 degrees. But look at that, a pretty clear radar.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
Still to come here on Mornings, we'll bring you up to speed on all of the action and the world of sport, including more heartbreak for Team GB. Kirsty Muir finishing 4th for the 2nd time at the Winter Olympics, missing out on the medal places.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
The slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay. Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first.
Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
I'll tell you on another day on the podcast what that was all about.
Welcome to the world.
Come along for the journey, it'll be fun.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? This is the war game.
There were a number of armed security.
We want to discover, to find out what's really going on.
Everything you need to know about British politics in about 20 minutes. I actually don't like political drama.
So, where next?
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching Sky News. These are your headlines this hour. Officials now need to find polling stations and staff to man them in what's now being called a race against time before May's local elections, following a U-turn on those elections. Labour's abandoned plans to delay 30 of them in England, where reorganisations are planned after a legal challenge by Reform. More than 200 people have been arrested as part of a 4-week crackdown on phone theft in London. Police used drones and facial recognition to catch those responsible. 248 arrested, almost 700 devices seized, a phone stolen in London every 7 minutes. Police in America say family members of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie have been cleared as possible suspects in her disappearance. The mum of TV host Savannah Guthrie has been missing for over 2 weeks, believed to have been kidnapped from her home in Arizona. 2 British skiers who died in an avalanche at a French Alps ski resort last week have been named. Stuart Leslie and Sean Overy were among 3 people killed in a snowslide at Val d'Isère, a village in southeastern France. The other victim was a French national. And tributes being paid to Hollywood legend Robert Duvall, who's died at the age of 95. One of the stars of both The Godfather and Apocalypse Now, the Academy Award winner is being remembered as one of the greatest actors of all time. Let's take a few moments to bring you more on the elections U-turn story dominating the front pages today. Our political correspondent, Maria Aurora, has more.
Hello, everybody.
Victory for Reform UK as the government U-turns on its plans to cancel local elections in 30 areas of England.
Well, it was extraordinary. I mean, last year we saw cancellations of elections without any real exceptional reason. This year, up to 30 councils, 4.6 million people denied the vote. They've caved, they've collapsed. It's a victory for reform, but more importantly, it's a victory for democracy in this country.
A letter Nigel Farage posted on social media says Steve Reid, the cabinet minister responsible, has decided to withdraw his decision to postpone the elections because of new legal advice. And the government has agreed to pay Reform's legal fees, something Sky News understands to be a 6-figure sum. Greeting the King of Jordan, Starmer's diplomatic efforts overshadowed by domestic difficulties.
Why did you try and stop people voting, Mr. Starmer? Did you think you would get away with it, Prime Minister?
Now, over 4.5 million extra people will be voting in May in these councils in England, such as in areas like Suffolk, Norfolk and Lincoln. Something local campaigners have not been prepared for and will have to organise with little warning. The makeup of these 30 councils varies, but other parties look set to benefit from this U-turn.
What's interesting about these 30 areas is that all but 9 of them were Labour-held councils, but they represent a huge number of different contests. Throughout all of those, of course, Reform UK will be looking to come through really and make a big punch in many of those councils.
And it's not only Reform hailing this decision as a triumph for voters.
Another embarrassing U-turn by the government. The Liberal Democrats have fought tooth and nail to get this stitch-up overturned. It's something we've been chasing both nationally and locally. And what's very important right now is to make sure the government does not have the power to do this again.
After new legal advice just 3 days before they were due to fight this decision in court, government lawyers advised ministers in this department that cancelling those local elections would be illegal. It's another humiliating U-turn for the government, just hours after Keir Starmer promised no more U-turns. Now, opposition parties are celebrating this U-turn as a victory for democracy, but it is Reform UK that ultimately forced the government to change course with its legal action. And with more councils and council seats up for grabs in May than first thought, Keir Starmer now has even more to lose.
Nobody in their right mind would say that's okay.
A government changing its mind for the 15th time, this embattled Prime Minister has decided this was a fight he could not win. Hardly a PM who can afford yet another blow to his authority. Mari Aurora, Sky News, Westminster.
We're going to take you through all the stories making the headlines in the papers in a few moments' time. First, though, the sport.
Michael, do you want to give us a clap to all the cameras?
He's spuggy to his mates, the latest teen sensation of West Ham's endless conveyor belt of football talent.
I got in the first team and I got in the England squad. Everything was rosy.
He always was an intelligent footballer.
West Ham United Football Club.
They're taking the calls at Upton Park. Now West Ham are preparing to sell their most talented midfielder.
We knew that financial pressure Michael was definitely going.
Once Tottenham was involved, there's only one team that I wanted to come to.
Jack Santini was the manager. I don't think he really knew who I was.
How did Santini react when you'd signed Michael Carrick?
Yeah, he was not very happy.
It's funny, his sliding doors, a career could have gone down a whole different path.
Martin, he saw the quality of him. I have to play this guy. He was my conductor.
I was so happy at Tottenham.
Now bids come in, his future's uncertain.
And there was a bit of interest. You get whispers and this and that.
I approached Daniel. We'd like to buy Michael. He clearly at that point said he's not for sale.
Daniel was pretty stubborn.
He was a great negotiator.
There's a myth around Daniel, perhaps it's warranted.
Thinking that they're going to go and sign someone else. Every $1 million, $2 million after that was quite a lot.
Did you ever think about walking away?
No, I don't think so. I think the very fact that Alex wanted him, I was confident.
He said, I want between 10 and 12, and ended up getting 18. That was Daniel, and fair play to him.
Play to the middle, please.
I just wanted to come and improve my game and win trophies.
There was resistance from the fans. Why was signing Michael Carrick?
If we hadn't been happy with the sum, we wouldn't have paid it.
Too much, if I'm honest, at that time. It was
Got his shirt number?
16, number 16.
There was no way I was replacing Roy Keane. Totally different characters, players.
There is only one Roy Keane, so don't try to find him.
That didn't bother me one bit.
One of the most important and best midfielders we've had.
I feel just totally privileged. Dreams, really.
He's spuggy to his mates, the latest teen sensation of West Ham's.
Coming up next, we'll discuss the stories making the headlines in the papers with our panellist, the Chief Executive of Age UK, Paul Farmer.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay.
Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first. Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
I'll tell you on another day on the podcast what that was all about.
Welcome to the world.
Come along for the journey, it'll be fun.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? This is the war game.
There were a number of armed security.
We want to discover, to find out what's really going on.
Everything you need to know about British politics in about 20 minutes. I actually don't like political drama.
So, where next?
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Next couple of days, some good news is that it's going to be fine for many with overnight frost, but the south will be wet tomorrow. Currently a widespread frost bringing some icy stretches, especially to the north and east, but they should clear around 10. Elsewhere, it's going to be mostly fine. There will be a few wintry showers around, mainly in the northeast, largely to clear towards Norfolk this morning, while the southwest will cloud over. Rain and hail snow spreading to Cork and Kerry. Most other places dry and sunny, colder than yesterday with a raw wind in the east. Top temperatures 7 degrees, as low as 3 near Edinburgh and Aberdeen, but pretty sunny across the board.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
Time to take a look at what's making the headlines in the papers today. Pleased to say we're joined by Chief Executive of Age UK, Paul Farmer. Good to see you. Good morning. Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
All sorts of stories to get through, including the influencers in restaurants that are not behaving well, one might argue. Also the situation in Ukraine, and also on page 12 of The Eye.
Yes, palliative care is such an important issue for so many people as they reach the end of their lives. And this report today highlighting that 1 in 3 people in England are dying in pain and distress, all without the basic care they need. From King's College London, supported by the charity Marie Curie. You know, it's something that's so important to so many people, just as you get to the last stages of your life, that you get treated with proper dignity and proper care. And this is quite a worryingly large number of people who are not experiencing that right at the most important time.
And the knock-on effects that then has on those who are in hospital, potentially, that are looking to kind of move back out into the community, and those that then maybe now are being re-hospitalised because the palliative care isn't good enough for them. It's such a challenge at that point in people's, you know, health journey.
It is, and most people don't really want to die in hospital. No. Most people would like to be at home or in a hospice, and those two, that's the kind of drive that I think everybody would like to see. But this is saying this is pretty challenging, and we really need to think about this part of the system so that people are finding themselves in the right place with the right people around them, friends and families, but also the right medical support.
There's a quote here. So Claire Welch was talking about her mother, Patricia, who died in 2022 in extreme pain, as it's being described, at the age of 79. They'd called NHS 111 in the early hours of the day to ask to get morphine prescribed. And I think it's a very just valid 2 lines of quote. There was no plan B. Cancer doesn't know night time, so I don't understand how services only work from 9 till 5.
And this is the point about this, that a lot of palliative care services are currently only commissioned to run in classic daytime hours. And of course, life and death don't work like that.
No, and this must be something that people that contact AGK must kind of discuss, kind of palliative care, end-of-life care and concerns around that, I guess.
And people think often, they talk to us a lot about it. They're often thinking about how do they want to have their last hours with their family and friends around them. And what they talk about is often wanting to be in a safe place, a place that they trust and is familiar to them, preferably at home or in a hospice with the right people that's surrounding them for those last hours, and for the families as well, because it's a really important moment in somebody's life.
And it is always important to remember, because I think it's so easy to kind of bang the drum of criticism of the NHS and the provision of healthcare services. There are a lot of good examples, but we don't talk about them because they should be the norm. But there is a lot of people who are being supported and a lot of very doting and caring people in those roles. But it's headlines like these that do expose the fact that there is more to be done.
Yeah, we're operating in an imperfect system, and organisations like Marie Curie and ourselves at AGK, and of course the whole hospice movement, all funded mainly by public donation as well as NHS support, providing that extra safety net for so many people.
Yes, you maybe don't think what a coffee morning might give to people. It's a fairly easy thing to do, but that fundraising can be absolutely vital.
Absolutely.
Kind of moving, actually, kind of segueing into money. This is a story that's on the front page of The Guardian, then kind of carries on into page 2. And this is UK bank bosses who have been talking for years now about having a kind of a sovereign answer to MasterCard and to Visa. And this is because they are concerned that the UK economy could be at risk because 95% of UK card transactions are made using systems owned by MasterCard or Visa. That's according to a report from 2025. And there is concern about Trump's threats against US and NATO allies and Greenland, etc., 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 that potentially could the US pull the plug on access to those systems? And it says here, there's a quote here that says, if MasterCard and Visa were turned off, it would send us back to the 50s, before cards dominated the economy and businesses relied on cash. We need a sovereign payment system. And you kind of think the special relationship, our closest ally, our nearest and dearest. Oh, heavens, let's take some insurance measures against it.
There's a lot of this kind of risk management, I suppose, going on at the moment in all parts of society, aren't there? And this is an interesting story because I bet pretty much everybody who's watching this morning has got either a MasterCard or a Visa card in their pockets or on their phones. It's become the kind of default way of paying for pretty much everything, and of course, much less than cash. So if that system did disappear, it would cause a lot of issues. And what's interesting, I suppose, about this story is the idea that we're thinking of planning for a different system, setting up a new system that would create that kind of security and safety for that kind of finance payments. And I suppose people will be worried that there's a kind of sense of a little bit of lack of stability in the finance systems if that's the kind of thing we're doing. But I suppose we've always been in positions where we've had to think about the unthinkable, the what-if moment. And this is one of those what-if moments. What if these systems are turned off? What do we do instead? Is there a system that should be sort of dialed up for support for people?
And Europe's done similar things, GPS, for example, at the behest of the US, all of those satellites, but, the EU putting up its own system to kind of give resilience. And it does, it does play into that wider conversation about just how reliant Europe has been historically on our our American partners. And there was kind of a few quotes around the other week saying 450 million people are reliant on 350 million people. Europe's reliant on the US to kind of provide so much for them. And so you can understand bank bosses, finance bosses going, well, hang on a second, maybe just more generally, we should kind of have our own services. It is worth saying MasterCard and Visa say they are committed to the UK, welcoming the competition. Yes. And also, actually, the new system's going to be in place by 2030. Well, the president won't be the president by 2030, so perhaps, it'll be interesting to see whether that deadline's still hit or whether the sense of urgency starts to wane a little bit.
I wonder whether we're just beginning to think that Plan Bs just need to be in place in quite a lot of different places.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? And some of these key kind of underpinning kind of elements of society and day-to-day life. Talk to me about page 3 of the Times?
Page 4 the Biobank, yes. Oh, this is, well, we're looking for a little bit of good news. And we also like a story, I think, when you evidence the removal of bureaucracy that means that you can do some good. So here we are, the UK Biobank. Many people will remember just after the millennium, people were encouraged to sign up to the Biobank so that their health records could be used for research, so that we could understand more about health conditions and so on and so forth. And about 500,000 people did this, signed up. But there wasn't a right connection with GP records, which seems bizarre, doesn't it? That you had all your access to your genes and everything else, but not to GP records. Finally, that has been resolved. So the bureaucracy has been lifted, GP records will be able to be connected to the biobanks. And the people who signed up for this are now, on average, 73 years old. So we've got this extraordinary kind of health record of them over the last 25 years. Probably the time when they're most likely to develop a long-term condition. It might be arthritis, it might be a cancer, of course, it might be a whole variety of different long-term conditions. And now we've got a better picture about what's connecting it all together. You know, how much of it is lifestyle, how much of it is about the genes. So it's really, really good to see this. And I think this will lead to some big research changes, and researchers, you know, who don't often get their kind of moments in the sun seem to sound pleased about this. Liam Smeeth at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine saying, researchers like me will be able to use the data to understand what's really causing disease and why some drugs work for some people and not others.
It's all centred as well around, isn't it, about the legal liability of the data as well, and kind of whether GPs are liable or whether kind of NHS England was liable. GDPR, I guess, has kind of moved all those goalposts as well. And also the interoperability of NHS systems. We're streeting only in the last few weeks, still talking about the number of hospital trusts. I think it's 3, it might be 2, but 3 that are still using fax machines.
Yeah,
you know,
extraordinary, isn't it?
Remarkable. And there's still the old pager is still buzzing away in some back corridors of the NHS as well. So, but like you say, it's just, you know, we have come so far in our understanding of the world around us and our health, and thanks to researchers, you have those curious minds. Funding has got tighter and tighter, but they still manage to do pretty remarkable things.
Yeah, and if we've got less money, we need to use it really smartly, and that's where the research piece is really going to play out. And especially a lot of people we support who have a number of long-term conditions, it's sometimes the way the drugs work together that isn't necessarily that well understood. So this is the kind of thing that will really help give the doctors the right support and people the power, the knowledge to make the right decisions.
Yeah, and benefit future generations. I want to just contrast 2 stories in the Mail and the Mirror. So page 8 of the Daily Mail, page 11 of the Mirror. It is the situation in Ukraine. And so you have this really sobering line in the Mail that Ukraine is bidding to kill 50,000 Russians a month. They're currently managing to inflict around 35,000 killed or wounded injuries in an attempt to try and kind of convince the US to provide military support and go, look, this is how much success we're having on the battlefield. Look how many people we're killing. You should continue to back us because we're a winning side. And you just think, you know, it's the brutality of war I appreciate, but it is just such a sad situation that still 4 years on, we're talking about, you know, such large-scale deaths. Now, they say, according to the paper, that, and according to Ukrainian calculations, that Ukraine in some areas is only suffering 1 casualty for every 26 Russians. Now, I would take a pinch of salt and say Ukraine potentially would benefit from underreporting its losses, so that might not be true in its entirety. But you just think about the victims across the board. You know, this was a war at the behest of Putin. Even some of his own top generals didn't know they were crossing the border to go and invade Ukraine. Many of these 50,000 Russians each month will have entered the war or been trapped into contracts or been coerced or fallen into this role through potential poverty back at home, etc. You know, I would argue, some would argue against me, but I would argue that many of those 50,000 Russians are victims themselves of very sad, dire geopolitics. So too Ukraine, its entire population. And then on the Daily Mirror, page 11, the fact that the 2 sides are going to try and continue to talk about peace. So you just think, how can you talk about peace when you're trying to ramp up the war again?
Well, it's such a sad situation, isn't it? 4 years on from the start of this war, which the Russians intended to last, I think, 3 days at the time. Here we are entering the 4th year, so well over 1,000 days of warfare. Countless lives lost, and probably almost certainly both sides' numbers are larger than the numbers that are being quoted. And the devastation on those families, you know, who have lost a generation. We'll probably lose it. There's a lost generation of young people in both these countries. You know, surely it's time for peace. And all the history tells us, doesn't it, that a war that gets into the 4th, 5th year is stuck. It's stuck. It's not moving sufficiently in one direction or another. There comes a point where peace has to be the answer. So it's encouraging to see peace being talked about, but it's deeply discouraging to see the numbers of lives that are being lost.
Totally, and you could argue that the war began in 2014. If some would argue kind of the aggression against Ukraine from Russia, some would say it lasted even longer than that. Yeah. Let's move on to a couple of slightly more happy stories just to finish. Potato mashers and whisks, just as much fun as toys.
Well, it's half term.
Yes.
Lots of parents and grandparents, I would say, who are looking after their grandchildren this week, who will be wondering what to do, especially if it's starting to rain again outside. Here is the answer. Go to the kitchen and get out your potato mashers and whisks. Not only might you teach your children something about cooking, but you will probably, it turns out that they're just as much fun as toys. So here's a study based in the States where children were asked to play with familiar toys and then with unfamiliar toys like potato mashers and whisks. And it turns out that they were more engaged and more interested in trying something different, in finding out what a masher does and how do you whisk and so on and so forth. So a great opportunity for people up and down the country to get out their kitchen implements and actually just have a bit of fun with them over half term. And of course it's Pancake Day today, Shrove Tuesday, so the whisk could come out even for a purpose as well.
And I'm sure many parents have bought their kids toys and then watched their kind of young kind of toddlers play with the box and the packaging more than the toy and gone, we only needed something simple. I remember friends of mine watching their toddlers play with a sheet of A4 and they were thrilled. And the innocence of play as well is such a charming thing. And I think that, you know, with the advent of these and all the tech around us, we kind of slightly lose some of that innocence of childhood. So, get out the whisk, get out the potato masher, make some pancakes and get flipping as well.
Exactly.
Always a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
We never get through all the papers, but that doesn't matter. Always good to have you with us. Plenty more of all the days. Top stories, you're on that one, with Kamali.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you. So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think?
It's really unusual.
Mornings with Rich and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
Hello then, a very good morning. It is 7 a.m. and on today's programme. Nigel Farage claims victory after the Prime Minister abandons plans to delay elections. More than 200 people arrested in 4 weeks after a crackdown on phone theft, as the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police tells the courts stop releasing repeat offenders. The family of Nancy Guthrie cleared as possible suspects in her disappearance. We're going to be talking later about the invisible threat that could flood your home and is currently affecting 100 areas. Plus, teenage boys in crisis. Sky News looks at the challenges young men are facing, both on and offline. Hello, good morning, and thank you for being with me. 30 local councils now face a scramble to organise elections in just 2 months' time after the latest government U-turn. Sir Keir Starmer has attempted a delay to some council elections in May ahead of planned local government reorganisation. However, he's been forced to abandon those plans after legal advice suggested a delay could be unlawful. A £63 million fund has been announced to cover costs. Well, Laura Locke is the Deputy Chief Executive of the Association of Electoral Administrators. She said, "We're extremely disappointed. Returning officers, electoral registration officers and electoral administration teams have lost months of essential planning time for these reinstated May the 7th elections." She goes on, local elections are highly complex, far more so than a general election. These teams now face an uphill struggle to catch up to where they should be. They've paused planning to avoid unnecessary costs, which means they're now playing catch-up. All right, let's bring in our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, for a bit more on this. Alex, morning to you. So, look, another U-turn. What are we saying now, 15?
That's our calculation. This is about the 15th U-turn that the Labour government have done. Now, they've said that it was necessary to postpone these elections because local councils were having to reorganise their structures, and it would have been too time-consuming and too complex to do both at the same time. But now we learn that these councils are going to have to scramble to put these elections on. And I think the administrative hurdle that they're facing, I think there's been an angry reaction, as you can expect, not just from Labour councillors, but from Conservative ones too. We've got one, Richard Wright. He's actually the chair of the District Councils Network. He said council officers, councillors and local electorates will be bewildered by the unrelenting changes to the electoral timetable. And he goes on, the councils affected face an unnecessary race against time to ensure elections proceed smoothly and fairly, with polling stations booked and electoral staff available. So lots of scrambling ahead of those May local elections and anger all around.
What have they said as the reasons to why they're reinstating the ones they were cancelling?
So this is because the Reform had posed a legal challenge, and they said they'd received new legal advice, so that they'd acted on that advice, and that meant that the election shouldn't go ahead. But I think there's questions over why this wasn't seen, why they didn't see this coming when Reform were clearly going to challenge the decision.
Absolutely. And Reform are going to be making news themselves later. We're going to find out who would be in Nigel Farage's shadow cabinet.
Yes, so they're obviously not the official opposition, so it wouldn't be a shadow cabinet, but they're trying to create a picture of what a Reform government might look like. So we're suspecting that maybe Robert Jenrick would be the, I think it was the Chancellor in a Reform government, Zia Youssef possibly as Home Secretary. So I think Nigel Farage is trying to tackle criticisms that he's a one-man band or that Reform aren't ready for power with making these announcements.
And we'll find out later. Alex, for now, thank you so much for that. Now, 2.5 million children all across the country lack a father figure, and while that can be negative for all members of the family, some argue it especially impacts the development of young boys. So one school in Basingstoke is trying to help their male students through a support network of local men. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, went to Brighton Hill Community School to see the plan in action and spent time with 2 fatherless teens.
Hands up if you're aware of a programme called Adolescents.
We've heard the warnings that teenage boys are in crisis.
Young men are suffering. They're feeling isolated, they're grappling with their masculinity and with their broader place in society.
What can we do as a society to stop young boys being dragged into this whirlpool of hatred and misogyny?
Boys are struggling, lagging behind girls at school in every metric, from primary to GCSE and beyond. There's concern about their online consumption.
Real strength isn't in that toxic content online. It's about how kind we are.
Absent fatherhood is also on the rise. Teenage life is harder to navigate. And two boys here at Brighton Hill Community School in Basingstoke have agreed to share their experiences. 16-year-old Jacob and 15-year-old Raphael.
Your model, how are you going to change it? How are you going to make it better?
Raphael's father left home when he was 2, more recently starting a new family abroad. Raphael doesn't feel wronged by that, but he has struggled with it.
It's knowing that your own father's not there growing up, or, you know, you start to question yourself, am I enough? Am I the problem? It's simple things like when I was learning to do a tie, I was using YouTube, that's one of the moments you want to be able to go to a dad.
I'm pleased to say that Jason is with us now. Morning to you, Jason. So why does the school feel that this is such an important project?
Well, so what you saw there was Raphael talking about having an absent father, and we also hear later in the piece, in the full report, from Jacob as well, who had a father who had a stroke, and they've noticed that some of their young men are struggling. But actually, there were sort of 3 key moments last year, I think, where it kind of indicated towards issues around boys struggling. One was we had that extraordinary Netflix documentary, which was referenced in the report there, which adolescents, which pointed to some of the problems that young men are facing. We also had this extraordinary compendium of statistics from the Centre for Social Justice, which painted a really bleak picture for young men. They're basically falling behind in every metric at school, A-levels, GCSEs, even primary school, even T-levels, they're falling behind girls. After school, they don't do as well. Men's health, they looked at young health, and also the number of young men in prisons, we know, much outweigh young girls and boys and men. So we're generally seeing that boys are falling behind in every metric. And this school was also inspired by Gareth Southgate's speech, saying there needed to be more mentors in society. There need to be more, father figures, people that they can, trusted adults that they can look up to. And so they created this mentor scheme called Goat Boys, and basically just put out a call to the community and said, would people come in? Would people be interested? And they vetted applicants. Worried that maybe no one would turn up. Right. How many people would turn up? And actually 50 men from the community turned up, which was enough for each boy on the scheme. And if if Basingstoke can do that, and this one school in Basingstoke, then they're hoping that schools around the country can do it. And so far, 50 other schools have also signed up to put on a mentor scheme under this Goat Boy banner.
Why are we finding sort of an acute, there's such an acute problem right now, do we think, Jason? I mean, we talked about the offline and online world. This sort of crisis for young men is something that is really key at the moment.
Yeah, I think it has just really come to the forefront that this is a problem. I think that it has been growing for some time. I think there's something very strange that's gone on since the pandemic. So, for example, young men in education who are not in education or work or training has gone up 40%, whereas for young girls it's only gone up by 7%. So it has gone up, but it seems to be a marked problem with young men. And there is concern about online consumption, the kind of influences that they now have, and if they're not got that kind of stable father figure at home, where are they looking for? Because they will look for a kind of father figure or some kind of role model, and sometimes they're moving towards the wrong ones.
Very interesting stuff. So, Jason, we can see the full film on our website right now. Yeah. We'll have you back later on in the morning for more on this. And also we're going to be speaking to someone from the Centre for Social Justice as well about your reporting. Thank you for now. All right, let me bring you a line of breaking news. It's about unemployment in the UK. The latest data is out, and it's shown there's been a small rise in the unemployment rate, up to 5.2% in 3 months to December. That's up from 5.1%. That means it's now the highest unemployment rate since the 3 months of January in 2021, of course, during the pandemic. It's coming as wage growth eases to 4.2% for the 3 months of December. That's down from 4.6%. We'll get more analysis on that data that has come as the highest rate that we have had in 5 years. The director of the ONS says the number of workers on payroll fell further in the final quarter of the year, reflecting weak hiring activity, although it is largely unchanged in the last month. Over the same period, the unemployment rate increased, with data showing that more people who were out of work are now actively looking for a job. We'll also get the reaction to the government, from the government to that data a little bit later on this morning. Now, moving on. And more than 200 people have been arrested in the past 4 weeks as part of a crackdown on phone theft in London. Well, let's bring in our correspondent Emma Birchley for a bit more on this. Emma, morning to you. So the Met Police decided they were going to crack down and now the numbers are down?
They are down, so down by 10,000 from 81,000 to 71,000. That's a 12% drop. And they've done this using things like drones to gather intelligence, also live facial recognition, and then e-bikes so that they can swoop in and outmanoeuvre the thieves. You see here how quickly it happens. You know, you've got your whole life for many people on their phone, you know, the bank details, all your contacts, and it's gone in a flash. Now, to give an idea of how the police are working, over the last 4 weeks alone, there have been 248 arrests, 770 phones have been recovered, and then also there are the arrests from the people in the wider operation, 122 of those. And the key to success is dismantling the wider gangs. So in one operation, 32 people were arrested, and they'd been recruiting children as young as 14 using social media. Mobile phones, 1,000 of them were seized, 200 laptops that were all due to be smuggled abroad, and so far 20 people have been charged. So there's been huge success in this, but there has been a warning on two fronts from the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, who said manufacturers and tech companies must do more to stop criminals being able to reset, reuse or resell stolen phones. We also need the courts to play their part by preventing repeat offenders being bailed only to go out and offend again, undermining the hard work officers are doing to keep communities safe. So really good work that's been underway in hot spots, as they're called, for example, like the West End. Actually, the number of thefts down 30% since last April. Real preemptive tactics to spot people when they're entering the area and intervene. But clearly more must be done, because 71,000 is still a huge number of phones that are being stolen, and that's nearly 200 a day.
I mean, many people will probably know someone, if it hasn't happened to them, who's had a phone stolen. I find it interesting that the Metropolitan Police Commissioner is talking about the courts doing more. Of course, that then pushes up against the tension within the court system that there isn't enough space to, I guess, hold people, so they need to bail them out because they haven't got the room to keep them. Exactly,
that's such a problem, isn't it? With so many crimes we hear about, you know, the prisons we know are bursting at the seams, and that makes it very difficult. But of course, if someone walks out, they may be bailed. In many cases, they're going straight back to what they were doing. So you can see the frustration for the Metropolitan Police Commissioner.
You definitely can. Emma, for now, thank you so much for that. All right, let's go to the United States now. And authorities there have cleared all the family members of Nancy Guthrie as possible suspects in her disappearance. The 84-year-old is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, a television host in the States, and has been missing for now over 2 weeks, believed to have been kidnapped from her home. Our US correspondent David Blevins has the latest.
So is the net closing on the person behind the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? The FBI can only hope so. The glove from which they are analysing DNA appears to match one worn by a masked man in the doorbell camera footage they were able to retrieve, despite the device having been disconnected. They've also been able to ascertain that the distinct backpack seen in that video is only sold by Walmart, so they are working with Walmart to try to identify people who bought it either in a store or online in recent weeks. Sources close to the investigation say there is still no leading theory, but there is no shortage of true crime enthusiasts peddling conspiracy theories online, prompting this response from the county sheriff, Chris Nanos. To be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honour your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. I have to say, no matter where you go, from small-town diners in rural America to the big newsrooms in the city, it is the question everyone is asking: where is Nancy Guthrie? America is captivated by this mystery, partly because her daughter is a household name. Savannah Guthrie is supposed to be hosting the Winter Olympics for NBC, not making heartfelt appeals for the safe return of her mother. And partly because it touches something universal: the longing to know what has happened to this woman.
So we're going to keep across that story, of course, throughout the day and the following days here on Sky News. Now here, and while parts of the country will enjoy some sunshine today, it's been a punishing start to the year with relentless rain. 36 consecutive days, in fact, I probably don't need to tell you. Flooding is now expected in 100 areas of England, and hydrologists warn rising groundwater levels are an invisible climate threat. Here's our science correspondent, Thomas Moore.
In the city of Five Rivers, they are no strangers to flooding. Salisbury in Wiltshire has a £45 million flood relief scheme to keep the high waters at bay. But the rain has been relentless so far this year, and the river levels have surged.
I've never seen it as high as this before.
And for so long as well.
Yeah.
It's been, like, what has it been, a few weeks now.
So what do you think is going on?
Climate change, clearly.
New figures reveal a sodden nation. It started in January with record rainfall for the month in the southwest of England and a deluge across the south. 75 flood warnings and 191 flood alerts were in place at the start of this week. And the Environment Agency has also warned of water rising up through the ground to cause sudden flooding on the surface. 29 monitoring stations have groundwater levels above normal, and 10 have risen to a record high in recent weeks.
Groundwater flooding is invisible. It comes up through the floorboards, it seeps out in the middle of the night, and people aren't expecting it. It's not like you're living near to a river and you expect that flooding. So it can be very serious, it can take people by surprise, and it is very persistent. It can last for a long time. So this could last for months in some of these places.
We have a navigation up there. You've come over the bridge, which needs to be cleaned out.
In a village just outside Salisbury, we met David. He built his bungalow 3 feet higher than the road, and he's stayed dry while his neighbours have flooded. Groundwater is a big part of the problem.
I'm not concerned about whether it rains or not. I mean, that's not my attitude, really, because I feel a bit sorry for people being flooded out. It's nothing they could do about it.
Because it's like the invisible threat, isn't it, coming from beneath?
Yeah. I mean, you can't do anything about groundwater. It's there and you can't do anything about it.
Somerset has also been badly affected by floods. Pumps have been brought in and vegetation cleared from rivers in an attempt to drain the water.
According to the Met Office, the jet stream is lying much further south than normal for the time of year. It's also been fired up by cold weather in North America, generating bands of relentless rain that have slammed into the UK, particularly in the south.
It is only a matter of months since large parts of England were in drought, but weather extremes are becoming the norm as a result of climate change, and the challenge will be to adapt. Thomas Moore, Sky News in Salisbury.
Hopefully, the rain will stop eventually. All right, stay with us, because in a few minutes' time, I'm going to be speaking to the Government Minister, Stephen Kinnock, all about the decision to reinstate those local elections.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you. So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think?
It's really unusual.
Mornings with Rich and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
All right, thanks for staying with us. Let's get the view of the government this morning. We can speak now to the Health Minister, Stephen Kinnock, joining us from Bristol. Stephen Kinnock, thank you very much for making the time to speak to us today. Talk to me about this decision to offer more money to people who are suffering with a lack of funds to support them in their disabilities.
Yeah, well, thank you very much and good morning. Really pleased to be announcing today that we're putting more money in the pockets of about 150,000 disabled people across the country. We have a minimum income guarantee system here, which means that once the money you have from, say, your personal independence payments or universal credit, your local authority does a financial plan with you and looks at how much of that money can be used to pay for your care. But there is a statutory duty to ensure that a certain amount of money is left for you at the end of the week. That's the minimum income guarantee. I'm really pleased to be announcing today that we're giving a 7% uplift to that minimum income guarantee. That's the biggest uplift in over a decade. And that means that disabled people will, at the end of the week or the end of the month, have more money in their pockets to cover household bills, food, and other essentials. So it's all about how this government is utterly committed to supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our society. And it's also combined with our announcement that there'll be £723 million for the Disabled Facilities Grant for 26-27. That's a grant which enables people to adapt their homes to give them a better ability to live with dignity and independence. So a package of reforms today, which is focused very much on supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our society. And we think that that is a vitally important part of living in the kind of country that we want to see. And that's the Labour values that are driving this government forward.
Thank you, Mr. Guinness. I think 150,000 people at least will get that money. So, as you say, those most in need will get extra funding that will help them with their living costs. I want to talk to you now about the decision that we heard yesterday to reinstate these local elections. Tell us about the difference in the legal advice that you got yesterday from previously that led you to this decision.
Yeah, so we've come forward with legislation which is all about making local government work more effectively. There are too many tiers and layers of local government. It leads to residents getting confused. It leads to duplication. So you have two chief executives, two finance directors. It's just not a good use of public funds. That is the reform that we want to push forward. We consulted with the 63 most affected by the reforms we were pushing forward to ask them whether it was going to be possible for them to both do the reorganisation and to hold local government elections. And 30 of those came back to us and said they were really going to struggle with being able to do that. Of those 30, by the way, some were controlled by the Tories, some by the Lib Dems, some by the Greens and others. So we listened to that.
21 controlled by Labour.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So it's a mixture of all parties.
Majority were Labour, but carry on.
Yeah. You're right. The majority being Labour, but a mixture of councils in terms of their politics. And we listened to that and we said, well, you know, it's not really fair to force you to go forward with elections and a reorganisation at the same time. And by the way, that could lead to elections in May 2026 and then elections again in May 2027 and kind of a zombie council between those two.
We've heard the argument. Sorry, Mr. Kennett, with all due respect, we know the argument. I'm asking you why you changed your mind at the last minute, seemingly yesterday.
Well, there was legal advice.
What was the difference in the legal advice you got then versus previously? Because you must have got legal advice before.
Yes. So I'm a minister in the Department for Health and Social Care. I'm not a minister in the Ministry for Housing and Communities and Local Government. So I haven't seen the legal advice itself. You'd need to talk to one of my ministerial colleagues in MHCLG on that. But what I do know is that the advice changed. So there was advice. We wouldn't have gone forward with the original proposal if we didn't have legal advice to make it clear that we could do so. We then have had new legal advice, which has caused us to withdraw that original proposal. This government will always act on the basis of the legal advice that we receive. We could have challenged that legal advice, but that would, if we had challenged it and lost, that would have had even more serious implications for our ability to push through the reforms that we wanted to do. And so
look, it seems perfectly reasonable that you got legal advice, you got new legal advice, you changed your mind. But when it's the 15th time you've changed your mind on something, it starts to seem a bit unreasonable. It seems like you don't quite know what you're doing as you're going forward, leading this country. You know that some of your own MPs are calling this embarrassing, saying that this government's a laughing stock. I mean, how does that make you feel as a minister within this government, that you keep changing your mind on things?
Look, I'm not going to stand here today and pretend the change in the legal position is ideal, but what I will say is all of the decisions we take are based on what we believe to be in the best interests of the British taxpayer and of the British people. That is why we've delivered record investment into our NHS and we're getting the waiting list down. That is why we've got the fastest growing G7 European economy last year. That is why wages have gone up more in the first 18 months of this government than they did in 10 years of the last government. That is why I'm making the announcements today about the support to disabled people across our country. So there are so many things that this government is doing that are absolutely on track, where we are sticking to our guns and making stuff happen for the British people. Fine. There is, of course, in any government, there are times where you have to take advice, change your position.
15 U-turns in less than 2 years. Look, we'll hold everything you said in the plus column, but we've got quite a weighty negative column as well, haven't we? I want to move on to another topic because you've very skillfully taught me out with my time today. Labour Together, this group that is close to the Labour Party, accused of compiling dossiers on journalists who were reporting on things that that group had done in terms of its financing. It was led at the time by one of your colleagues, Josh Simons. Do you think it's time that he considers his position, at least while this investigation is ongoing?
Well, the first thing I do is say I've got huge admiration and respect for Gabriel Pogrund and Harry York. They are excellent journalists.
They're the Times journalists.
Yeah, exactly. And journalists holding politicians to account is a vitally important part of our democracy. We now have got the Cabinet Office investigation establishing the facts of what happened with Labour Together and this company that they contracted, and we have to wait for that investigation to run its course.
Is it right, that the Cabinet Office should be the one doing it when he's a Cabinet Minister? I don't think people have very much trust in that. To be independent.
It's about the initial establishment of the facts. There will, of course, be a firewall between Josh and the investigation. He won't be involved in that at all. And there'll be also, I think, this independent regulator of public affairs and public relations companies is also looking at the company APCO that did this report. So 2 investigations going on. Establish the facts. That will happen rapidly, and what we know with this Prime Minister is when the facts are established, the appropriate action is taken.
He might change his mind. Just back to the topic of the local election. Steve Reed, Housing Secretary, the one who made the decision. Is it right that he should consider his position, considering where we are now?
Steve Reed is doing an excellent job as Secretary of State, pushing through the Pride in Place programme, pushing through renters' reforms, bulldozing all of the bureaucracy and regulations that stops us building things in this country. So Steve's doing an excellent job as the Secretary of State, and he will continue to do that and to deliver for the British people.
Stephen Kinnock, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
And that's why you should often have more times with government ministers so you can ask them the questions you want and they can get answers rather than talking you out of your time. But we'll move on. Now, alternating between periods of fasting and eating normally is a popular weight loss strategy, but new data suggests it's no more successful than regular diets. Researchers in Argentina compared the effectiveness of intermittent fasting to more traditional methods like reducing calories and eating healthier and found little to no difference. All right, we're joined now by Rhiannon Lampert, nutritionist and author of the Fibre Formula. Rhiannon, morning to you. I was surprised when I read this in the paper that there's no difference between intermittent fasting and regular diets, considering nearly everyone I know has been doing intermittent fasting for a while now.
I think that's the interesting part, is that it became such a huge social media or media hype, didn't it? Fasting was kind of hailed as the panacea of health. And actually what registered nutritionists like myself and dietitians have been saying for over a decade is that this is not a magic bullet and that it's your overall diet quality. It's how much fibre, plants, diversity, the amount of food you get that matters long term. It's something you can stick to. A lot of people find that things like fasting can actually trigger disordered eating patterns.
Let's talk about that then. So what are some of the risks of denying yourself food for days?
I think the biggest thing at the moment is only 4% of us in the UK hit our fibre targets. We're one of the lowest countries in the world. So you start by restricting food. You're massively restricting nutrition, multivitamins that people think about, micronutrients on top of the fibre intake. That's not good for starters. Second of all, this can then inhibit the fact that you need to be getting satiety from food. You need to feel really satisfied by your meals.
You've got to feel like you've eaten something.
You've got to feel like you've eaten. And if you're holding out and then you've got something that's really healthy, because that's the one meal you're having that day to hit those nutrient goals, and it's not quite satisfying, then you're going to be craving more food, and it can trigger a binge restrict cycle where you restrict, then you overeat, and then you feel perhaps guilty or shameful and you restrict again. So for many people, it won't fit into their lifestyle or their work. Imagine if you're a surgeon in a hospital, a construction worker, someone that works all hours and you're being told, you know, don't eat food. Would you want your doctor in a hospital to not be eating?
Absolutely not those professions. I met some grumpy journalists who've been doing it, who have had a bad day because they haven't been eating. Look, you mentioned sort of those feelings of guilt and shame after doing it. What about the feeling that some people get when they're fasting, of sort of that monk-like feeling that, you know, you're restricting yourself and it's somehow making you stronger?
The euphoria.
Yeah.
I've seen this in my nutrition clinic over the last decade. Now, I will caveat by saying fasting works for some people. It will be a small group of people and it's very individual. But what happens when we go into almost a starvation type mode or a very restrictive mode is that our brain goes into protection mode and it says, I'm going to help you with this feeling of protection. I'm going to make you feel very good at that period to protect your body from that feeling of starvation, because effectively you're starving your gut microbes from doing the amazing jobs the bacteria in your gut needs to do. There's so much research now, if you feed that well, that plays a role in our mental health as well. But for a lot of people, control and psychology is a huge factor. Psychology and nutrition work really closely together, which is why it's not a black and white picture. It's a really big one for so many people, looking at what works for them and doesn't trigger that disordered habit of food.
I wrote down the word fad about it, and you talked about it sort of being trendy on social media. How much of that is part of it? I mean, and I suppose if we go back, we can think about, like, Atkins diets, we can think about, like, Weight Watchers, is that a fair one to talk about? Often through time, there are these moments where there are these newfangled, there are these diets that people cling to.
I've seen them come and go. You know, I've written many books on these subjects. I've seen high carb, I've seen low carb, I've seen low fat, I've seen high fat. You know, what nutrient can we pick on next? High protein, you can't go low protein. So I feel that we're just always searching for an answer, whereas the really easy answer with our diet is not the sexy sell. It's the very mundane, let's just eat a balanced plate with more fibre and plants and vegetables, and actually only a third of adults are getting their 5 a day in this country, so we're struggling. Social media detracts from the real messaging around nutrition and diet.
On those nutritious parts of our diet, the fibre that we get from fruits and vegetables, how much is cost an issue? How much is it that people can't actually afford to make sure that they get the nutritious food?
Massively. This is a huge passion project of mine, is getting this education out there that the cost of living is not helping. The food environment isn't helping. 60% of our diets are ultra-processed foods, 70% for children. We actually had the Broken Plate report come out in January 2025, and that said that it was twice as expensive to eat healthily, and on top of that as well, you have to spend...
Twice as expensive?
Twice as expensive, and you have to spend 70% of your household budget on a lower income bracket to meet the Eat Well Plate guidelines. It's not acceptable, and we really need to try and get more nutrition information out there.
Just on that then, what is being done then to encourage, well, I guess it would be government policymakers to make sure that that kind of food is cheaper and more available?
I mean, I took fibre to Parliament a week or two ago. I'm trying very hard to get the message out there that nutrition should be available to everybody, but at the moment we need more funding for more registered nutritionists and dietitians out there in the sector, and we need the food industry to massively be on board here, as well as the government.
Absolutely. Rhiannon Lambert, really appreciate it. Good conversation with you, much better than with the Minister. Thank you very much for being with us. Now, the government hasn't ruled out enforcing an Australian-style ban on social media for people aged under 16 in an effort to protect kids online. Meanwhile, we just learned that prosecutors in Spain are just the latest to be tasked with investigating social media firms about AI-generated content appearing on their platforms. Now, Torkel Klingberg is Professor of Cognitive Neuroscience at the illustrious Karolinska Institute in Stockholm and the founding scientist of the screen time app Neuro. Torkel Klingberg, Professor Klingberg, thanks very much for being with us this morning. I'm looking forward to this conversation. So, look, why don't we start with some of the science around this? What impact does social media have on the adolescent's mind?
Well, there are many aspects you could study. What we've most recently studied is the effect of inattention, so like ADHD-like symptoms. So we studied more than 8,000 children between the ages of 10 and 14 and found that social media increased inattention in everyday life in these kids. That was not the case with gaming, and it was not the case with watching TV. So this is not a general screen time effect. It is more specific to social media. And we could also show that it's not that inattention led to increased use of social media, but it's the causation went in the other direction. It was really social media causing increase in inattention.
And you're the scientist, you can tell me, but is that because of the way that this stuff is built? It sort of encourages the moving around. And is inattention the same as having a poor attention span?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing. And it's probably due then to these constant distractions. And if it's not actual messages, it's the thought of having or waiting for a message, and so they get constant disturbances throughout the day.
Yeah. You said you were looking at children aged 10 to 14. I wonder if you ever looked at the sort of the impacts of screen time on younger children, because of course we're focused on the adolescent mind because of what's happening with legislation around the world. But children these days are looking at screens and looking at cartoons, animation from a very young age. What kind of impact does that have, them seeing animation from quite so early on?
Well, we don't know so much about that. And one should differentiate between different types of screen time, I think. So just passive viewing might not encourage language development, for example, or it's not, but it might not have the same harmful effect as constant messaging.
Professor Klingberg, what's the sort of received wisdom at the moment in Sweden as to what should be done with social media? You know that Australia, of course, has banned it. Spain's looking at doing it. France, this country, is in the middle of a consultation on it. Give us a sense of the rest of the world. What's Scandinavia thinking about it?
I think the discussion is very similar across many countries in the world right now. A feeling that something needs to be done, and it's still unclear exactly what is the optimal way to do something about it. What age, or can you have restricted bans, or do you need total bans? And if bans, which exactly which media?
We're talking about social media, but one of the topics that has now come up, because this thing is constantly getting ahead of legislators, is artificial intelligence and the impact of AI. What's your sense as to what needs to be done with that? Because, again, I suppose that starts taking children and adolescent brains into unreality if they're watching AI slop that's just generated nonsense.
Yeah, and not only slop, it might be relatively harmless to an app that actually engages the children in ways that are uncontrolled, untested. So I really think that we need some kind of legislation to control this, to make sure it's safe for children and young adults.
Can you give us a sense of the other side of this? The work I've done around this has suggested that, yes, while there are harms and it's not completely received how harmful it is, there are benefits to children of having that connectivity with communities and groups that perhaps people of our generation didn't have. Talk to us about how that helps the brain develop.
Yeah, I mean, there are good studies from the UK by Amy Orban, for example, showing that there is actually an optimum amount of social media that is beneficial. Like around 1 hour per day is fine. More than that, and it starts to harm psychological well-being. And that is an option that could be discussed too. Can we limit the amount of time instead of having a total ban, so that kids still can connect with friends?
I suppose what we're doing now is we're trying to get on top of this rather than just letting the tech firms sort of run away with it, which I guess is helpful, even if we haven't got to a decision on it yet. Professor Klingberg, really appreciate your time and expertise this morning. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Now, tributes continue to pour in for Robert Duvall, the Oscar-winning actor who died at the age of 95. He starred in such films as The Godfather and Apocalypse Now, and co-stars and filmmakers have described him as one of Hollywood's greats. Amelia Harper looks back at his career.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
A 45-year-old Robert Duvall delivers the line he would later become famous for. The 1979 film Apocalypse Now, playing the pompous army officer Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore.
You know that gasoline smell? A whole hill. It smells like victory.
Born in 1932, Duvall built a career spanning 7 decades. He was known for doing less, an actor with minimal dialogue but maximum authenticity. After a Broadway stint, his first film role was 1962's To Kill a Mockingbird.
Let's go out on the front porch.
His appearance as the reclusive Boo Radley led to more than 90 future film appearances, despite not uttering a single word.
Your father would want to hear this. This is business, not personal. They shot my father.
But his work led to this, a somewhat louder role in the 1973 film The Godfather, as the mafia consigliere Tom Hagen.
Advice on how to patch things up. Just help me win, please, all right?
And the winner is...
Ha-ha! Oh, yeah! Robert Duvall!
Delivering a mixture of leading and supporting roles, Duvall won a similar magnitude of awards, including an Oscar for Best Actor in Tender Mercies. His portrayal of a country singer overcoming alcoholism took him to a total of 7 Academy Award nominations and 7 Golden Globes. But perhaps the greatest accolade came from his wife, Luciana Duvall, who said to the world he was an Academy Award-winning actor. To me, he was simply everything.
Fantastic actor. Now, his co-star in The Godfather, Al Pacino, has been one of many paying tribute who said it was an honour to have worked with Robert Duvall. He was a born actor, as they say. His connection with it, his understanding and his phenomenal gift will always be remembered. I will miss him. And Francis Ford Coppola, of course, who directed The Godfather, wrote, "What a blow to learn of the loss of Robert Duvall. Such a great actor and such an essential part of the production company American Zoetrope from its beginning, with The Rain People, The Conversation, excellent, The Godfather, Godfather Part 2, Apocalypse Now, and others." And Viola Davis also wrote, "I've always been in awe of your towering portrayals of men who were both quiet and dominating in their humanness. You were a giant, an icon, May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Now, Danny Dyer has joined the chorus of voices who are angry at the state of the UK's water industry that's, of course, plagued by pollution, rising bills and payouts for their executives. The actor tested water on the Isle of Sheppey and shared his outrage with our Sarah Jane Mee.
There is a moment where I decide to test the water to see how much is in it. And I won't give it away, but it's fascinating.
Yeah. And we talk about that a lot on this show, actually, the state of
to,
UK water, yeah.
You know, and...
Has that got you angry,
get wound
Danny?
up, but, you know, OK, so you charge us money, and then what do you do with our water? You just pump it into the sea. I see. So it's quite a dangerous, tricky thing.
Yeah.
So if we were to go again and do another series, it's something I would like to... I know Fergal Sharkey's somebody that's... Sort of,
Steve
been very
Batchel as well.
vocal,
You adding
been
your
very
name
vocal,
into this
but-
campaigning
well, I'm
sphere
busy.
for UK
I've
waters.
got a lot on my plate. But it is fascinating to me that the one thing we have got, we are an island and we've got a lot of coast. And if we can't get in it in case we go blind, we've got some issues.
And you can watch Sarah Jane's full conversation with him and his daughter on the UK Tonight with Sarah Jane Mee. That's at 8 o'clock here on Sky News. All right, let's take a look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Yeah. The next couple of days look cold but fine for many with overnight frost, but the south will be wet tomorrow. Currently, a widespread frost is bringing some icy stretches, especially to the north and east, but they should clear at around 10 a.m. Otherwise, looking mostly fine, although there will be some wintry showers around, mainly in the northeast. Largely clear towards Norfolk this morning, while the southwest will cloud over with rain and hill snow spreading to Cork and Kerry. Most other places look dry and sunny. It will be colder than yesterday with a raw wind in the east. Parts of Devon and Cornwall will turn wet later with some snow on the moors. Expect little change elsewhere. Northern and eastern parts will be dry with widespread frosts, while the southwest will be milder with rain and hill snow becoming more extensive. The southwest looks wet tomorrow with snow on the hills to the north of the rain. Elsewhere, mainly fine but cold with a bit of wind for most.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
All right, well, in a few minutes' time, I'm going to be speaking to Sian Richards, who is nominated for a number of awards at the BAFTAs and the Oscars for her work on the hit movie Sinners. Stay with us.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay. Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first.
Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
We're rolling. I'll tell you on another day on the podcast what that was all about.
Welcome to the world.
Come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? This is the war game.
There were a number of armed security.
We want to discover, to find out what's really going on.
Everything you need to know about British politics in about 20 minutes.
I actually don't like political drama.
So, where next?
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report.
And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
Well, the BAFTAs are this weekend, and one makeup designer has been nominated for her work representing black skin on screen. Sian Richards worked on the American horror movie Sinners, but it wasn't easy as the film shoot had its own difficulties. But I'm very pleased to say we can speak to Sian right now. She's been nominated for the BAFTA as well as Oscars as well. Sian, congratulations, first of all, on the nominations. Tell us about the work on the film.
Thank you. It was great to be here.
How was the work on the film? What challenges did you have working on this piece?
Very intense, crazy, you know, more mosquitoes than you could ever count in your lifetime. They're the national bird of Louisiana, working in temperatures of 90 degrees, huge humidity. So those are our greatest challenges, you know, and just the scale and size of the movie and how it just kept growing and growing and growing. So, you know, it was a great ride. It was definitely an experience for everyone, but all of my department and all of the departments put their heart and soul into this. It was definitely a labour of love.
Excellent. Look, when I was researching our conversation here, one thing that kept coming up, what talked about your work, was honesty of skin. Talk to us about that and how that played through into the work you did on the film.
Yeah, but, you know, I came up with this phrase because when I was doing my deep research dive, every image that I found from that period in the Mississippi Delta, it was absolutely incredible. I mean, I had a historical education that I think actually everyone could do with having, quite frankly. And the one thing that was concurrent in all of the images that I saw, no matter that there was widespread poverty, but they were eating, whatever they were eating was a whole food. There was no sugar, there was no SAD. They were not having the SAD diet, which is called the standardized American diet. And so how this was replicated in their skin is skin glowed. It literally absolutely glowed. And not just with the black community, with the Irish community, with the Chinese community, because it got a culmination of different cultures coming together that built America, and Ryan gave us a slice of it. But I said to Ryan, when I saw it, I said, the skin was absolutely like glass, Ryan. It's the honesty of skin. They were so proud. They never let things get on top of them. And even if they had nothing, whatever they had was patched and washed to the best that it could, and their skin radiated it. It was a real, it was a huge learning curve, and it really taught me a lot about the people.
So Michael B. Jordan, as we're seeing here, plays two characters, two brothers, Smoke and Stack. And I was wondering, you know, of course they're twins, but were there any subtle differences in the makeup of the two of them that you used so you know, that the viewer could distinguish between them?
Oh, huge. I mean, it was a huge amount of subtlety, if you can sort of put it like that. The magnitude of that subtlety. You know, Smoke is the older brother. He lives in his trauma. He's always carried Stack. He's lost his baby. He's never got over the war. Stack is a survivor. No matter what he does, he makes the best of it. Even if he's a vampire, he's still a great vampire, and he looks amazing. So Stack is always going to come up smelling roses. So how to tell that in the story and get them differently? Well, Smoke was a complete deconstruction, whereas Stack was a complete construction. So, you know, Mike's got this little dip in his moustache here. For Smoke, I left it to be organic. For Stack, I filled it in. I made his moustache more dynamic. I would paint his brows in for Stack, but leave them a little bit open and fluffy. And then the color palette was very different. You know, Smoke had a lot of mauves in him. a lot of greys, greens, browns, ochres. Stack had pistachio greens and little peachy colours to lift his complexion. I would make Smoke's jawline look heavier by changing where I contoured, highlight and shaded underneath his cheekbone and then his jawline. Whereas with Stack, I made it stronger and longer. I took it to where his ear is. So although this is invisible work, it was huge amounts of invisible work because they had to read very differently. You know, Stack had to read younger and Smoke was the old soul.
Brilliant. I'm so glad I asked that question because that's exactly the answers I wanted to get from you, Sian. Thank you so much for that. Look, when thinking about the films, and we haven't got loads of time, but of course it sort of references in my mind and others' minds Dusk Till Dawn. Did you use that movie as a sort of reference point for the sort of vampire scenes, the blood and the gore?
No, not at all. I referenced the Serengeti. I went straight to Africa because I've got Ryan Coogler, who's my director.
Animals hunting.
Oh my God, it was vampires, it was hyenas, and it was lions and tigers feasting after a kill. That's exactly my source reference.
And it really works in the picture. Look, Sian, I'm going to have to leave it there. It's only got 20 seconds left, but I wish you all the very best of luck, looking out for you at the BAFTAs and the Oscars, of course, and best to you and the team. Thank you so much, Sian. I hope we speak again one day soon.
Thanks for enjoying it.
And we really did. All right, plenty more to come here on Morning. Stay with us. I'll be back with your headlines in a couple of minutes' time.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is.
First off, just the scale of what we're looking at.
Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Then a very good morning. It is 8 a.m. and today's top stories. Nigel Farage claims victory after the Prime Minister abandons plans to delay elections. More than 200 people arrested in 4 weeks in a crackdown on phone theft. The Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police tells the courts to stop releasing repeat offenders. The level of people out of work in Britain has hit a 5-year high, the highest since the pandemic. And we're going to be talking a bit later about the invisible threat that could flood your home, currently affected some 100 areas. Plus, teenage boys in crisis. Sky News looks at the challenge young men are facing both on and offline. Hello there and a very good morning. 30 local councils now face a scramble to organise elections in just 2 months after the latest government U-turn. So Keir Starmer has attempted a delay to some council elections in May ahead of planned local government reorganisation, but he's now been forced to abandon those plans after legal advice suggested a delay could be unlawful. A £63 million fund has now been announced to cover the costs. Well, Laura Locke is Deputy Chief Executive of the Association of Electoral Administrators, and she said, "We're extremely disappointed. Returning officers, electoral registration officers and electoral administration teams have lost months of essential planning time for these reinstated May the 7th elections. Local elections are highly complex, far more so than a general election. These teams now face an uphill struggle to catch up to where they should be. They have paused planning to avoid unnecessary costs, but this means they're now playing catch-up." Well, the government tells us they're now following new legal advice.
We then have had new legal advice, which has caused us to withdraw that original proposal. This government will always act on the basis of the legal advice that we receive. We could have challenged that legal advice, but that would, if we had challenged it and lost, that would have had even more serious implications for our ability to push through the reforms that we wanted to do. And so,
look, it seems perfectly reasonable that you got legal advice, you got new legal advice, you changed your mind. But when it's the 15th time you've changed your mind on something, it starts to seem a bit unreasonable. It seems like you don't quite know what you're doing as you're going forward, leading this country. You know that some of your own MPs are calling this embarrassing, saying that this government's a laughing stock. I mean, how does that make you feel as a minister within this government, that you keep changing your mind on things?
Look, I'm not going to stand here today and pretend the change in the legal position is ideal, but what I will say is all of the decisions we take are based on what we believe to be in the best interests of the British taxpayer and of the British people.
Right, let's bring in our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, for a bit more on this. Alex, I think you can see my frustration with the minister there, who tried to talk me out of the time that we had together. What did you make of their defence as to why they made this decision?
Well, he was doing his best to sort of justify withdrawing the decision to cancel these elections, saying that it would have been worse if they'd gone ahead and lost in court. But I think people will be asking, why did you proceed with trying to cancel them in the first place when you knew that it was subject to a challenge? So he was doing his best there, but I think there's still a lot of anger and frustration, as you say. Some of the anger is coming from Richard Wright, who is the chair of the District Council's network. He's a Conservative councillor. Just want to read what he's been saying this morning. He says, council officers, councillors and local electorates will be bewildered by the unrelenting changes to the electoral timetable. The councils affected face an unnecessary race against time to ensure elections proceed smoothly and fairly, with polling stations booked and electoral staff available. So all of these councils that thought they weren't going to have elections are now scrambling to ensure they can put them on. Yeah, and how much of this is the minister wouldn't sort of go there? Is this because those Labour councils are scared of losing? I put to him, and he did eventually accept the majority of these that were going to cancel these elections, postpone them, were 21 Labour councils, the majority, and they're under threat from reform. I think that was the reason why it faced so much opposition in the first place. It was seen as a kind of political decision rather than one that was actually that necessary. Labour would obviously deny that and say that they had to carry out this reorganisation. But it is clear that Reform have actually pushed the government to this position with the legal challenge that they were going to have heard this week. So, yeah, the government will try and bat away that, but it was a consideration. And talking about Reform, we're going to hear a little bit more about who will be supporting Nigel Farage
as they go forward?
Yes, so Nigel Farage, I think, is trying to neuter some of the criticism that he's a one-man band by unveiling the people he would put in top posts if he is to win the next election. So Robert Jenrick is being rumoured as the possible Chancellor, Zia Youssef as a possible Home Secretary, and maybe Nadeem Zahawi speaking on foreign affairs. So he's hoping to show that reform is preparing for government. Interesting.
And we're going to get that announcement later on today, I think.
Yes.
Yep. All right, Alex, for now, thank you so much for that. All right, well, getting a job for some is now even harder. Redundancies are up and unemployment has hit a post-pandemic high, the highest level in 5 years. Figures from the ONS show that the jobless rate has risen to 5.2%, a number not reached since January 2021. The figure had stood at 4.1% when Labour took office, promising economic growth. Now, this data adds to a rise in redundancies, but also a welcome increase in vacancies. Now, more than 200 people have been arrested in the past 4 weeks as part of a crackdown on phone theft in London. Well, our correspondent Emma Birchley is here for a bit more on this. Emma, morning to you. So, look, the Met said that they were going to crack down. It seems they have done and brought the numbers down a bit.
Yeah, actually, it's a crackdown that began a year ago, and it brought figures down from 81,000 phones stolen to around 71,000. So that's a fall of 12%. If you look at the pictures, you can see it comes out of nowhere. People are walking along. The phone is swiped. Your bit of kit that's got all your details on, your bank details, everything gone in a flash. Now, what the police are using is drones to capture intelligence and gather evidence, live facial recognition, and also e-bikes so that they can outmanoeuvre the thieves when they whiz off. Right. And so there's been this particular intense crackdown over the last month. So in 4 weeks, they've arrested 248 people, 770 phones recovered, and then a further 122 people arrested as part of the wider operation. And actually, the key to success clearly is in dismantling the gangs. In one single operation, they arrested 32 suspects from a gang that had been using social media to recruit children as young as 14 to steal these phones in return for hundreds of pounds. They seized 1,000 mobile phones, 200 laptops that were destined to be smuggled abroad, and so far 20 people have been charged. So there's been loads of success in this. But the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, has given a warning on two fronts. He said manufacturers and tech companies must do more to stop criminals being able to reset, reuse or resell stolen phones. We also need the courts to play their part by preventing repeat offenders being bailed, only to go out and offend again, undermining the hard work officers are doing to keep communities safe. So there's been real success. Hotspot areas like the West End, for example, they've managed to bring the figures down by 30% since April, really targeting, preemptive targeting of the thieves when they're entering those areas. But clearly there's more to be done. 71,000 phones still stolen in the last year. That is nearly 200 every single day.
Wow. Emma, for now, really appreciate the reporting. Thank you very much for that. Now, authorities in the US have cleared all family members of Nancy Guthrie as possible suspects in her disappearance. The 84-year-old is the mother of the US TV host Savannah Guthrie and has been missing for over 2 weeks, believed to have been kidnapped from her home in Arizona. Our US correspondent David Blevins has the latest.
So is the net closing on the person behind the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? The FBI can only hope so. The glove from which they are analysing DNA appears to match one worn by a masked man in the doorbell camera footage they were able to retrieve, despite the device having been disconnected. They've also been able to ascertain that the distinct backpack seen in that video is only sold by Walmart, so they are working with Walmart to try to identify people who bought it either in a store or online in recent weeks. Sources close to the investigation say there is still no leading theory, but there is no shortage of true crime enthusiasts peddling conspiracy theories online, prompting this response from the county sheriff, Chris Nanos. To be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honour your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. I have to say, no matter where you go, from small-town diners in rural America to the big newsrooms in the city, it is the question everyone is asking: where is Nancy Guthrie? America is captivated by this mystery, partly because her daughter is a household name. Savannah Guthrie is supposed to be hosting the Winter Olympics for NBC, not making heartfelt appeals for the safe return of her mother. And partly because it touches something universal, the longing to know what has happened to this woman.
Indeed, David Blevins reporting there. Now, Team GB have enjoyed a golden few days at the Winter Olympics, but yesterday they were quite literally brought back down to earth with a bump. Well, for the second time during the Games, the freestyle skier Kirsty Muir finished agonisingly close to a medal. The 21-year-old was in the bronze medal position until the Italian Flora Tabanelli moved ahead of her in the final jump in the big air. Muir then tried a new trick, but ended up crashing out, meaning she had to settle for fourth. How disappointing it comes a week after she also missed out on bronze in the slopestyle. Well, a performance riddled with mistakes saw the men's curlers suffer a shock 7-6 defeat to Norway. Bruce Mallett's team now need to beat Canada tonight and the US tomorrow in their final 2 round-robin matches to guarantee a place in the final 4. Team GB's women lost 10-6 against Switzerland, meaning they need to rely on results elsewhere to reach those medal matches. Oh dear. And 39-year-old Dave Riding says he'll have to get a proper job now after hanging up his skis following his 5th and final Games. He had a good run. He finished 17th in the slalom, even though this final run put him into the gold medal position for just a short period of time until the rest of them went down the mountain. Team GB teammate Billy Major was 1 place higher in 16th. Elsewhere, Niall Tracy crashed out. All right, well, let's show you the medals table, I think, after 10 days of competition. I'll read it to you because we're not going to show it to you. Norway continue to lead the way with 12 golds, 7 silvers and 9 bronze. Italy, a second. America, third. Team GB in 12th with those 3 golds. These are all golds, which is pretty good. All right, now, 2.5 million children across the country lack a father figure, and while that can be negative for all members of the family, some argue it's especially impactful for the development of young boys. One school in Basingstoke is trying to help their male students through a support network of local men. Well, our home editor Jason Farrell has been to that school and joins us now live. Jason, great to have you with us and good morning to you. Talk to us about this programme and what it hopes to do for the young men at the school.
Well, I got in touch with the headmaster there after watching Adolescents, and also having seen Gareth Southgate's Dimbleby lecture, which both touch on the same subject, which is the problem that young men are facing today. And Gareth Southgate, in particular, draws on a report by the Centre for Social Justice, which basically is a compendium of really shocking statistics, actually, about how far boys are falling behind in education, in health, in crime as well. Just all the statistics showing essentially that on every metric they're falling behind girls. And he said, look, we see this in our school. Actually, he didn't like Adolescents. He thought that it portrayed the schools in a very negative way. And you know, he said, come and have a look at what's going on in my school. And actually, we are trying to deal with this. And they got together and they had a meeting with police officers, with youth workers, and they discussed, you know, how are we going to make this work? What are we going to do? And the idea was to form a network of men from the community who would act as mentors within the school.
Well, Jason, let's have a little look at your film. You can watch the full film by scanning that QR code. Let's have a look at a clip. We'll speak to Jason off the back.
Hands up if you're aware of a programme called Adolescents.
We've heard the warnings that teenage boys are in crisis.
Young men are suffering. They're feeling isolated, they're grappling with their masculinity and with their broader place in society.
What can we do as a society to stop young boys being dragged into this whirlpool of hatred and misogyny?
Boys are struggling, lagging behind girls at school in every metric, from primary to GCSE and beyond. There's concern about their online consumption.
real strength isn't in that toxic content online. It's about how kind we are.
Absent fatherhood is also on the rise. Teenage life is harder to navigate. And two boys here at Brighton Hill Community School in Basingstoke have agreed to share their experiences. 16-year-old Jacob and 15-year-old Raphael.
Your model, how are you going to change it? How are you going to make it better?
Raphael's father left home when he was 2, more recently starting a new family abroad. Raphael doesn't feel wronged by that, but he has struggled with it.
It's knowing that your own father's not there growing up, or, you start to question yourself. Am I enough? Am I the problem? It's simple things like when I was learning to do a tie, I was using YouTube when that's one of the moments you want to be able to go to a dad.
I'm pleased to say Jason is still with us. We've also been joined by the Research Director at the Centre for Social Justice, Edward Davies. Edward, morning to you. Thank you very much for coming. And I know you will have seen Jason's film. Just talk to us about the importance at this moment that young men get a good role models as they're growing up.
Yeah, it's really important. So this is part of our Lost Boys research that we've been doing, and we've just found that the big question to come out of it is who is fathering our sons? That quite literally sometimes a lot of boys are growing up without a dad at home, but you can go to primary school and be very unlikely to see any men there. There's a lot fewer sports coaches than there have been, things like that. And so there's often this vacuum for young men now of role models and examples of what it is to be a man in society.
Interesting.
Yeah, your report really showed that actually the absent fatherhood has reduced. Just talk us through some of the statistics you came out with around the father-at-home figure disappearing from people's lives.
Yeah, I mean, over a period of sort of 50 years, we've seen fewer and fewer households where both parents are present, and there can be all sorts of reasons for that, but the reduction is just reality. So there are about 2.5 million children now in the UK who don't have a present father figure at home. There are probably, by the time you reach GCSE age, it's about 50-50 whether you live with both your parents now, which has been a huge shift over just my lifetime, really.
And is it just having the father figure at home, or is it, with family dynamics different now? Yeah. A father might live outside of the home, but you still have connections with him. Does the person need to be in the home for the benefit to be there, or what do you?
So it's really having a father has a definite effect on the lives of not just boys, girls as well.
Absolutely.
Like, having a present father is really important. But yes, if there isn't a father there, then the question is, OK, what can we do to mitigate that? Are there extended family, neighbours? Is there someone at school? Examples of this project, the Goat Boys project, are just superb. They are brilliant, because I think that the default for a lot of us in Westminster, we're yards from Parliament here, to say, what can the government do? Where can we spend money? But this is quite a relational problem, and it will be solved by men stepping up to raise the next generation of men.
Why do you think there's this focus now in 2026? As Jason and I were saying, we've kind of known absentee father are an issue for society, not just for the families, but for society more broadly. What do you think the acute focus is on it now?
Yeah, I think we're sort of reaching critical mass. So I talked about how this change has happened over 50 years. When I was born in the 70s, in the mid-70s, you had about a 90% chance of living with your mum and dad when you sat your O-levels. So the fact that's now come down to nearly 50-50, I think it's so common now, you can't miss it, you can't avoid it. And so you're starting to feel it come through in the system as well. So when you talk to schools and teachers, they say, we're feeling this, we're seeing it, we can see it in our day-to-day lives, and we need to tackle it.
One of the big striking features of your report is about young men are more likely to have a mobile phone, a smartphone than a father at home. I think you actually said in an interview, they're twice as likely to have a smartphone. And they are turning to the phone, for guidance sometimes. We've heard about these figures such as Andrew Tate taking over. But I'm interested, do you think there is, because we talked about misogyny being a factor and a problem, although the head teacher I spoke to said, well, actually our generation weren't much better as young men, and are we a bit hard on boys around misogyny? What do you think, what's your report kind of come out about young men's relationships and attitudes towards women now?
So it's that the internet really has changed things, and they are growing up in a life where everything is online all the time. Their lives are posted, their pictures are posted. I think what we kept coming back to was that real-life relationships are really, really important, and they mitigate against this stuff. If what you are seeing every day is a respectful relationship between your mum and dad, you will probably have more respectful relationships. If it is transactional and disposable, then you will see these relationships as transactional and disposable. So a lot of it will come back offline into the real world, to how you see relationships played out in front of you. I do think we've had some fascinating conversations as part of this. And I was talking to another headmaster from a different school who said, I think there is, and I do agree with this, I think there is a sort of male humour that is a bit more banterish, that is a bit, has been used to cover up ills in the past, but we've been so quick to get rid of that. But, you know, teenage boys, when you hear them talk to each other, they can be savage, but they're also hilarious. Like, they're great fun. And I think we've possibly tried to kick that out of them in a way that's not very helpful.
Well, kick that out of them. I mean, there was a squeamishness around sort of this focus for a little period of time, perhaps to kind of focus in on men. We live in a patriarchal society. You know, men kind of look after themselves. Was there, you know, an opportunity missed to intervene with young boys a little earlier?
So it's interesting. I mean, you talk about a patriarchal society. The part of why we're picking this up now is increasingly for the generation coming through, it really isn't. That they do worse at every phase of school. They're more likely to be unemployed. They're more likely to earn less. And yet they are being told it's a patriarchal society. And they are looking at that and going, doesn't feel like a patriarchal society. And it may be for my generation, you know, I'm in my late 40s now, it probably was like that. But it really isn't for boys coming through. And so I think we have to be careful how we talk to them. And one of the things I think we can learn from women that they've done brilliantly is just to champion boys. Like, women have been really good at championing girls over the last 40 years in a really wonderful way. And maybe we can do a bit more of that. And actually, this GOAT project aims to do exactly that. Like, even the name, Greatest of All the Boys. Brilliant. What a great name. Let's champion boys.
I suppose when they look to, you know, business as, you know, a lack of women as sort of CEOs, and the Labour Party is pretty well balanced, but they haven't had a female leader yet.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that the patriarchy has kind of been diminished. I don't think women would say the same thing.
Yeah, as I say, I think in my generation, less so, but I think in the generation coming through, and I think that's where a lot of the mismatch is happening, that they're being told the world is like X.
Like
and
it was for us.
Exactly. And then they're seing the world as Y. And it's like, well, hang on, this doesn't match up. And so you're getting boys who, I mean, at its sort of least bad, it's just cynicism. But at its worst, it's rebellion. It's pushing back. It's saying, I'm being sold a lie and I don't like it.
Yeah, which is why they might then go towards those misogynist views like Andrew Tate. Andrew, thank you so much for that. Really good to talk with you. Sorry to rush it through, but we'll have you on again, I'm sure. And Jason, thank you for the reporting. And as I say, you can see Jason's full film by scanning that QR code, and we'll speak to Jason a little bit later on today as well. Now, to Hollywood, and tributes are pouring in for Robert Duvall, who has died at the age of 95. He starred in a number of iconic films, including The Godfather and Apocalypse Now, and his co-stars and other filmmakers are describing him as one of Hollywood's greats. Amelia Harper takes a look back at his life and career.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
A 45-year-old Robert Duvall delivers the line he would later become famous for. The 1979 film Apocalypse Now, playing the pompous army officer Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore.
You know that gasoline smell? A whole hill. It smells like victory.
Born in 1932, Duvall built a career spanning 7 decades. He was known for doing less, an actor with minimal dialogue but maximum authenticity. After a Broadway stint, his first film role was 1962's To Kill a Mockingbird.
Let's go out on the front porch.
His appearance as the reclusive Boo Radley led to more than 90 future film appearances, despite not uttering a single word.
Your father would want to hear this. This is business, not personal. They shot my father.
But his work led to this, a somewhat louder role in the 1973 film The Godfather, as the mafia consigliere Tom Hagen.
Advice on how to patch things up. Just help me win, please, all right? And the winner is...
Ha-ha! Delivering a mixture of leading and supporting roles, Duvall won a similar magnitude of awards, including an Oscar for Best Actor in Tender Mercies. His portrayal of a country singer overcoming alcoholism took him to a total of 7 Academy Award nominations and 7 Golden Globes. But perhaps the greatest accolade came from his wife, Luciana Duvall, who said to the world he was an Academy Award-winning actor. To me, he was simply everything.
All Remembering Robert Duvall there. Now, his co-star in The Godfather, Al Pacino, was just one of those who's paid tribute, who wrote on social, "It's an honour to have worked with Robert Duvall. He was a born actor. As they say, his connection with it, his understanding and his phenomenal gift will always be remembered. I will miss him." Well, Francis Ford Coppola, who of course directed Duvall in Godfather Part 1 and 2, said, "What a blow to learn of the loss of Robert Duvall, such a great actor, an essential part of our production team from its beginning. The Rain People, The Conversation, The Godfather, Apocalypse Now, THX 1138, Assassination Tango." And Viola Davis wrote this: "I've always been in awe of your towering portrayals of men who were both quiet and dominating in their humanness. You were a giant, an icon. May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest." All right, well, after the break, I'm going to be talking to an expert about the latest round of talks between the United States and Iran. There are some red lines for both sides. We'll get the analysis of a political, military analysis from the Middle East next.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Rich and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today.
Congratulations, this is a huge moment.
But what happens now?
Well, the United States and Iran are expected to hold a second round of talks in Geneva today. It comes as there is heightened tension around Iran, with the United States increasing its military presence there and Iran holding military drills. Now, President Trump has labelled Iran bad negotiators, but says that they do want to make a deal. But let's get some analysis on what we can expect out of these talks, if anything. Jasmine El-Gamal is a political analyst and former Middle East advisor at the US Department of Defense under Obama.
President Obama, that's right.
So look, they're talking again, which I guess is good.
Yes.
And strikes haven't happened yet on Iran. Now, as part of these talks, and this felt new to me, you can tell us if it was this idea that not only was it the nuclear programme, but the Iranians had to restrict their ballistic missile capability. I mean, was that just to please the Israelis? Could the Americans think that's a real thing that the Iranians will want to do at this stage?
Well, the short answer is no. The Iranians have basically said their ballistic missile program is a red line. However, it is the most concerning thing for the Israelis right now. And as you know, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was just in Washington, D.C., his 7th visit to Washington since Trump came into office. And he was really stressing that the ballistic missile program is the real threat to Israel right now, because the nuclear program has been severely degraded, as we know, after the 12-day war last year. But for the Iranians, who've been severely weakened over the last couple of years, their proxies have been weakened, their ballistic missile program is really the only thing they have left that gives them any kind of deterrence capability. So you can imagine that they would be really hard-pressed to agree to put that on the table for negotiations.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because previously the potential nuclear weapon was the deterrent, and of course, as you say, that has been revealed to not have perhaps the threat that it did before. The Iranians are under heavy sanctions, and that, for them, is on the table because they want those sanctions lifted. But is that balanced up against the missiles? Sanctions lifted if you reduce your missiles?
Well, I mean, it really all comes down to what the regime feels is an existential threat for them. They can survive a bad economy. It's happened before. Remember Bashar al-Assad in Syria for 14 years during the civil war. The Syrian economy was at a standstill. Saddam Hussein in Iraq. So these regimes are really resilient when it comes to the economic factor. They don't like it, of course, but it's not something that they think would result in their absolute downfall. Whereas if they don't have any deterrence capability, if they don't have any way to protect themselves, then they start to think, well, this is an existential crisis for us. We can't give this up. So this is where we are right now. I mean, I think back to what you said at the beginning, it's good news that the two parties are still in talks. That's good news. They're both posturing militarily. They're both saying maximalist things. But the fact is they keep coming back to the table. The question is, are they going to be able to find some common ground, even if just to start with? Maybe they start with the nuclear program to show good faith, and then they move to ballistic missiles, support for proxies from there. But it is going to be a tough negotiation.
I think that was an idea of the Turks, wasn't it, to deal with the nuclear basket first and then move on to the other business. Just on the sort of military capabilities, we know that the US have got, 2 carrier strike groups, maybe a third one's on the way. What's the Iranian military capability at the moment? After that 12-day war, the sort of understanding was that they were kind of smashed up a bit by the Israelis. They fired some missiles back. Where are they in terms of their military capability right now?
So the intelligence that we've seen reported, Israeli and U.S. intelligence, has shown that the ballistic missile program, which was degraded heavily after the 12-day war, has been recovered, that they could be where they were before the 12-day war. Of course, we don't know for sure. But that only shows you how important they think that program is, the fact that they prioritized rebuilding the missile program versus trying to salvage the nuclear program. But listen, in terms of military capabilities, just relative to the U.S. and Israel, which would go in together if there was any kind of a war, the Iranians don't really stand a chance, in terms of winning the war. But what regional actors are telling us, the Turks, the Egyptians, the Qataris, is that it's not really about who's going to win a war. It's about the damage that's going to be done to people living in the region, to allies of the United States. And we haven't talked, we were talking about this before we went on air, about the Iranian people who have just completely been pushed aside when it comes to these conversations. When, if you remember, this whole thing started with Donald Trump saying, go ahead, keep protesting, we're coming to help you. And now, where are those promises? The Iranian people are asking and looking. And to be honest, no matter what happens in these negotiations, the Iranian people do stand to be the losers here, no matter what.
Yeah, just on that then, I mean, where are we with those protests? Trump said help was on the way. Help didn't come. He then said no more executions. Reported now that tens of thousands potentially have been killed by the by the Iranian regime. I imagine that the Iranian people feel abandoned and at the mercy of this regime now.
Absolutely. There was a really, I think it was the New York Times yesterday, I was reading about how Iranians have been feeling. The protests have subsided, but the level of anger and pain and trauma and grief, I mean, what they went through when these protests were at their height, and the repression and the crackdown. You know, the regime was doing things like forcing families to pay a fee to retrieve the bodies of their families from the morgues, and that doesn't just go away. The economy has been completely shattered because of the internet shutdown during the crackdown. Anyone who was involved in e-commerce or business that had to do with anything online. So Iranians really are, yes, they're feeling completely abandoned. They can't fully agree whether they want military intervention or not, because many of them do understand that that could make things worse. But they're just asking, where is the world right now? Where is the help that you said was going to come on the way? And it doesn't have to be help in the form of a military strike. But right now, it just seems that that issue has been completely sidelined, unfortunately.
Yeah, because the two sides are talking in Geneva, and of course, any deal would leave the regime in place. I mean, I wonder if for the Iranians and the region, the episode just reinforces that the US is a bit of a malign actor in the region, can't really be trusted.
It's so interesting that you say that. I mean, I think Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, at the Munich Security Conference and just after, made it really clear that this, you know, the U.S. is operating according to its national interests. This is not an administration that's focused on democracy or human rights or any of those things. It's pure, hard power, national interests, and they will ally with anyone that supports or overlaps with those interests. And we saw this in Venezuela. When they went in, they took out Nicolas Maduro, but the regime is essentially in place. And so if you look at where Donald Trump is sitting now, he doesn't want instability. He doesn't want to deal with it. That's not his platform domestically. So in his mind, if he can get some sort of a victory in these talks, whether it's through surgical strikes or the Iranians making concessions, he will be very happy to leave the whole human rights, democracy thing on the table.
And another day we'll talk about the difference between this administration and the administration you worked in. But Jasmine Al-Gamal, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Really good to have you with us in the studio. All right, now, Danny Dyer has joined the chorus of angry voices about the country's water industry plagued by pollution, rising bills and large payouts for executives. Well, the actor tested the water on the Isle of Sheppey and shared what he found with our Sarah Jamie.
There is a moment where I decided to test the water to see how much is in it, and I won't give it away, but it's fascinating.
Yeah, and we talk about that a lot on this show. Actually, the state of UK water. Yeah,
you know, and
has that got you angry,
get wound
Danny?
up? But you know, okay, so you charge us money, and then what do you do with our water? You just pump it into the sea. I see. So it's quite a dangerous, tricky thing. Yeah. So if we were to go again and do another series, it's something I would like to. I know Fergal Sharkey's somebody that's sort of
Steve
been very
Backshall
vocal,
as well. You adding your name into this campaigning
well,
sphere
I'm busy.
for UK waters.
I've got a lot on my plate. But it is fascinating to me that the one thing we have got, we are an island and we've got a lot of coast. And if we can't get in it in case we go blind, we've got some issues.
Yeah. You can watch Sarah Jane's full conversation with Danny and his daughter on the UK Tonight. That is at 8 o'clock. Now, graphic novels are surging in popularity with their visuals encouraging children to get stuck into a good story. Nearly twice as many young people who read comics in their free time told the National Literacy Trust they enjoyed reading compared to those who don't. Well, let's speak now to the comedian and author Ola Falafel, who has a series of graphic novels following a group of friends and their bonkers quest to get home. Is that how you describe it, Ola?
That's a pretty accurate summary of it.
And you've got a copy of it there?
Yeah, it's called The Far Out Five, and it is about 4 kids who get turned into really weird characters. One of them gets turned into a unicorn called Spunicorn, who spews rainbows. I think my favourite is this one here. He's called Glossy Jeff. He's a super cool sea lion. And they basically have to adventure their way to get back home, and it's just really funny.
And bonkers.
And bonkers.
Fun. I mean, when I was thinking about you coming on today, I was taken back to this idea that when I was younger, certainly, the idea of reading comics or graphic novels was frowned upon. Like, you couldn't really do it. You had to read a novel.
You had to read something proper, didn't you?
Right, with no pictures. And now we're hearing that getting kids reading in any way is beneficial.
You know what? I was a complete... So I've got two daughters who are 14 and 16 now, and their reading age far surpasses mine. I have kind of stuck at comics. I used to love reading football programmes. I used to love football and drawing comics.
Match and shoot, eh?
Yeah, match, shoot. I'd have the Beano. I was a massive Beano fan. Yeah. And there was a kind of a stigma involved. And I visit loads of schools now, and teachers and librarians are brilliant. I love all of you out there. If any teachers and librarians are watching, they are brilliant now, because they do realise that stuff like this is actually really valuable. It allows kids to just have fun with their reading, to choose things that they want to read. And in the age of screens, when reading is in decline, just picking up anything that they enjoy is valuable.
Yeah. Well, you moved me on to one of my questions about screens. I don't know if you saw earlier, I spoke to a neuroscientist about sort of children's interaction with screens. And he said something really interesting, that it's not all screen time, but it's just sort of specific kind of screen time. Like, watching telly is not as bad as we thought it was. I guess it was for us, right? We were told it was terrible for us, which I find kind of fascinating, that if you can watch something, you know, that is structured, it's not as terrible as just that sort of...
Mindless scrolling, yeah. I've often found myself going onto pictures and kind of zooming in like this. I don't know if you... Have you ever done that?
Sadly, no.
I don't know whether it's my eyesight or addiction to online things, but I think it isn't all social media and all online stuff, because some of it is really useful. And I think it is that mindless kind of brain rot of just going through and sitting down on the sofa, and before you know it, an hour's gone. Whereas you could be sat on a sofa for an hour reading something that is equally as brain rotting, but you are learning some interesting words.
Brain rotting in a good way. Look, as a writer, and I had a writer on yesterday, and I wanted to talk about AI and the threats of that. What's your sense of that? How dangerous will it be to the work that you get?
I'd like to start by saying that all of my books are written by AI, and by that I mean an idiot.
Excellent.
That's me. It's weird, isn't it? I like that there was a quote, I'm going to completely mangle this quote. It was something like, AI should do the boring stuff and leave me to do the creative stuff, rather than the other way round. And I kind of agree with that. And I think there is definitely a use for it. It's great if you've got a boring email to write and it does 80% of it, and then you go in and kind of say, well, I wouldn't say that. And but, yeah, in terms of...
That creativity.
Sort of
story... Yeah. The inspiration, the imagination.
I just think... I don't think it will overtake...
Who says famous last words? You didn't want to finish it, did you?
I think, God, where am I going with this? I don't think you'll put me out of a job. I'd like to think people will still value stuff that has been made by an actual human being. And so I do comedy for grown-ups, I do comedy for kids. I'm actually doing a comedy show later on today in a wonderful place called Sudbury in Suffolk, if anyone knows that. And I like to think that the time when people will pay to buy a ticket to go and watch an AI person doing stuff is quite a long way away. And I think with AI books, you can kind of tell.
Right.
And if they're by a real person, there is an inherent heart in them.
We're going to hold on to that.
Yes, hold on to that heart.
Absolutely. Keep us all sane. Olaf, really good to speak with you today. Thank you so much. And good luck with the show later on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, let's take a look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Well, the next couple of days look cold but fine for many with overnight frosts. The south is going to be wet tomorrow. Currently, there's a frost out there bringing some icy stretches, especially to the north and east, but that should clear at around 10. Otherwise, looking mostly fine, although there are some wintry showers around, mainly in the northeast. They will largely clear toward Norfolk this morning, while the southwest will cloud over with rain and hill snow spreading to Cork and Kerry. Most other places look dry and sunny, colder though than yesterday, with a raw wind in the east.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
I'm just looking past you because it's sunny out there now, but you kind of fail to have noticed it's been raining for days and days, 36 days, actually. So next we're going to talk about a hidden risk to your home from flooding as a result of all the wet weather.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped. Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay. Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first.
Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
I'll tell you on another day on the podcast what that was all about.
Welcome to the world.
Come along for the journey, it'll be fun.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? This is the war game.
There were a number of armed security.
We want to discover, to find out what's really going on.
Everything you need to know about British politics in about 20 minutes. I actually don't like political drama.
So, where next?
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report.
And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
Now, school children who are not vaccinated against measles could be sent home as an outbreak spreads across parts of London. Here's our health correspondent Laura Bundock with the latest.
Measles isn't just a rash. In the worst cases, it can be fatal. It can lead to meningitis, deafness, blindness. And although you get symptoms that start out a bit like a cold, it can get a lot worse very quickly. And, you know, the rash on the face that then spreads all over the body. So you've got a spike in cases in Enfield at the moment. But I think if you look at the incubation period of 1 to 2 weeks, there's a fear these cases could continue to rise now, especially with half term coming and people perhaps leaving the area. There's a fear that it could spread beyond Enfield, beyond North London. And measles, the virus is really infectious. It's our number, remember that from COVID, so the number of people that one infected person can then pass that virus on to is up to 18. And it's babies, it's children, it's people with compromised immune systems who are most at risk. And the problem here is the MMR vaccine uptake, which is low and it's been continuing to fall in recent years. So you need 95% vaccination rates to get that sort of so-called herd immunity to contain any case and to stop outbreaks from happening. And at the moment, the average is around 91.8% and a lot lower in some areas, including, and not exclusively, but including Enfield in North London. London, but there are other bits of the country where it's worryingly low as well. Last month, we had the World Health Organization say that the UK had lost its measles elimination status, meaning that the virus basically isn't under control. And there are loads of factors as to why that vaccine rate just isn't where it should be and has been dropping. You know, COVID saw a massive dip in the amount of vaccination uptake. There's vaccine hesitancy, so people might not say they're anti-vaxxers necessarily, but they're hesitant about it. And there's a huge amount of misinformation being spread, and perhaps an increased number of platforms where that misinformation is coming from. So I think there's genuine worry. You're seeing extra clinics in North London currently being set up this week particularly. Some schools are now saying they're going to exclude pupils if they haven't been fully vaccinated. There's an advertising campaign that's due to start. And I think of half term, health bosses are basically saying to parents, look, this is a time, you haven't got all the children mixing in schools as much. This is a time just to look at the health records, check whether your children's vaccinations are up to date, and if they're not, try and find one of these extra clinics that's being set up. Because the warning is, if you don't increase vaccinations, then you will increase the potential number of cases, and that will put children's lives at risk.
It's Laura Bundock reporting there. Now, while parts of the country will enjoy some sunshine today, it's been a punishing start to the year with relentless rain 36 consecutive days. In fact, now flooding is expected in nearly 100 areas of England. Hydrologists warn that rising groundwater levels are an invisible climate threat. Our science correspondent Thomas Moore reports.
In the city of Five Rivers, they are no strangers to flooding. Salisbury in Wiltshire has a £45 million flood relief scheme to keep the high waters at bay. But the rain has been relentless so far this year, and the river levels have surged.
I've never seen it as high as this before.
And for so long as well.
Yeah.
It's been, like, what has it been, a few weeks now.
So what do you think is going on?
Climate change, clearly.
New figures reveal a sodden nation. It started in January with record rainfall for the month in the southwest of England and a deluge across the south. 75 flood warnings and 191 flood alerts were in place at the start of this week. And the Environment Agency has also warned of water rising up through the ground to cause sudden flooding on the surface. 29 monitoring stations have groundwater levels above normal, and 10 have risen to a record high in recent weeks.
Groundwater flooding is invisible. It comes up through the floorboards, it seeps out in the middle of the night, and people aren't expecting it. It's not like you're living near to a river and you expect that flooding. So it can be very serious, it can take people by surprise, and it is very persistent. It can last for a long time. So this could last for months in some of these places.
We have a navigation up there. You've come over the bridge, which needs to be cleaned out.
In a village just outside Salisbury, we met David. He built his bungalow 3 feet higher than the road, and he's stayed dry while his neighbours have flooded. Groundwater is a big part of the problem.
I'm not concerned about whether it rains or not. I mean, that's not my attitude, really, because I feel a bit sorry for people being flooded out. It's nothing they could do about it.
Because it's like the invisible threat, isn't it, coming from beneath?
Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything about groundwater. It's there and you can't do anything about it.
Somerset has also been badly affected by floods. Pumps have been brought in and vegetation cleared from rivers in an attempt to drain the water. According to the Met Office, the jet stream is lying much further south than normal for the time of year. It's also been fired up by cold weather in North America, generating bands of relentless rain that have slammed into the UK, particularly in the south. It is only a matter of months since large parts of England were in drought, but weather extremes are becoming the norm as a result of climate change, and the challenge will be to adapt.
I'm pleased to say Thomas joins us now live. Good morning to you, Thomas. Fascinating reporting, and I guess this was going to be the way after 36 days of rain. You mentioned towards the end of that report there the needs to adapt. How can we adapt to this sort of thing?
Yeah, this is the challenge, to try and capture this rain. So the last reservoir to be built in the UK was, in fact, 1992. The population's grown by 12 million since then, and we really haven't kept pace with the need for water, and that's why we do tend to reach the point of hosepipe bans in the summer. So the challenge is to find places in the UK where we can build these very large reservoirs. And Thames Water has been trying to build one to the west of Oxford for many years. says, enough to supply 15 million homes, but it is reaching a lot of local opposition, and that is a challenge. They say that Thames Water should be focusing on plugging the leaks. 3 billion litres of water are leaked from mains pipes around the country every day, and it's, of course, ageing infrastructure, which is also the problem. So all these issues need to be dealt with to try and stop these, to live with these climate extremes where we have very large amounts of rain in the winter and then very, very dry summers. We need to find some way of holding on to that water.
Definitely do. I've just had a little look at the government plan for these reservoirs. They say they're going to build 9 new reservoirs by 2050. We could have done with them over this winter, couldn't we? Talk to us about the people you met while out filming as well, because I guess, you know, you're trying to keep an eye on the water sneaking up, but this is slightly different, isn't it? It's a slightly different challenge. Yeah, and this groundwater, which comes up from beneath, that invisible threat, as it was described, is very difficult to deal with because you can't build a flood barrier against that. And we saw some homes in these flood-prone areas had, of course, built barriers across doors and so on, but it can come up beneath the floorboards. So these are old properties, in many cases, that still have floorboards rather than concrete bases. And this is a challenge for them to live in a climate that, of course, those houses weren't built for. We saw one house that actually was going to have stilts put beneath, that the whole house was going to be lifted up and raised above the floodplain slightly. So these are the real challenges that householders are having to face. And of course, for them, it's very difficult to get insurance if they live in an area where groundwater is a threat. I was going to ask about the insurance, and I guess that's the next challenge. Look, Thomas, you speak to sort of policymakers and experts in this area. We've known that the weather is going to start doing this. The climate is changing. Is your sense that they're across this and they are going to start bringing in mitigation, maybe getting a move on with it? Well, look, this is the challenge, OK? So with net zero, there is this big argument over whether the country can afford it. There is also the argument over not zero. Well, if we don't reach net zero because we decide it's too expensive, well, then there is the cost of the extra insurance, the extra adaptation costs that will go with a big climate change with big weather extremes like we're seeing. It is a choice that we need to make as a country. Indeed. All right, Thomas Moore, thank you for that reporting, as always. All right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with your top story. Stay with us.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
very good morning to you. It is 9 a.m. Your top stories. Nigel Farage claims victory after the Prime Minister abandons plans to delay elections. More than 200 people arrested in 4 weeks after a crackdown on phone theft as the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police tells courts to stop releasing repeat offenders. The number of people out of work in Britain has hit a 5-year high, the highest since the pandemic. Also ahead, our teenage boys in crisis will look at the challenges young men are facing both on and offline. And a 9-year-old boy receives pioneering surgery that'll make him taller. We'll tell you how. Hello, good morning and thank you for being with us. 30 local councils now face a scramble to organise elections in just 2 months after the latest government U-turn. Sir Keir Starmer has attempted a delay to some council elections in May ahead of planned government reorganisation. However, he's been forced to abandon those plans after legal advice suggested the delay could be unlawful. A £63 million fund has now been announced to cover the costs for those local councils. Well, Laura Locke, Deputy Chief Executive of the Association of Electoral Administrators, said, "We're extremely disappointed. Returning officers, electoral registration officers and electoral administration teams have lost months of essential planning time for reinstated May the 7th elections." Local elections are highly complex, far more so than a general election, for instance. These teams now face an uphill struggle to catch up to where they should be. They've paused planning to avoid unnecessary costs, but this means they're now playing catch-up. Well, the government told us earlier the decision was made in the public's best interest.
We then have had new legal advice, which has caused us to withdraw that original proposal. This government will always act on the basis of the legal advice that we receive. We could have challenged that legal advice, but that would, if we had challenged it and lost, that would have had even more serious implications for our ability to push through the reforms that we wanted to do. And so
look, it seems perfectly reasonable that you got legal advice, you got new legal advice, you changed your mind. But when it's the 15th time you've changed your mind on something, it starts to seem a bit unreasonable. It seems like you don't quite know what you're doing as you're going forward leading this country. You know that some of your own MPs are calling this embarrassing, saying that this government's a laughing stock. I mean, how does that make you feel as a minister within this government, that you keep changing your mind on things?
Look, I'm not going to stand here today and pretend the change in the legal position is ideal, but what I will say is all of the decisions we take are based on what we believe to be in the best interests of the British taxpayer and of the British people.
Right, let's bring in our political correspondent, Alex Rogers. So, Alex, you can see some of my frustrations there with the minister. What did you make of the defence of the government now as this latest U-turn has come about?
I mean, he was trying to do his best to defend the decision, saying that, if they had gone ahead and lost in court, that would have been more serious for the government. But I think still questions about why they did decide to proceed with trying to cancel these elections when clearly there were suggestions that this was just done for political reasons and it was going to be challenged. What you were rightly pushing him on what's so different from the original legal advice that must have been given previously to what's happened now to delay and postpone this to cancel this court case.
Yeah, and I mean, his defence was that he wasn't the right minister, which again is just not the sort of thing you want from a government. Yeah, no, he was trying to back that off to a different department. But I think they're all Labour really is facing the pressure, with even Reform and the Tories suggesting that Steve Reid should consider his position over this. So a lot of anger from all sides. I just want to read out some of the anger from a Conservative councillor and the chair of the District Councils Network. Richard Wright was saying that council officers, councillors and local electorates will be bewildered by the unrelenting changes to the electoral timetable. The councils affected face an unnecessary race against time to ensure elections proceed smoothly and fairly, with polling stations booked and electoral staff available. And it's worth pointing out that it's not just Tories or Reform who are angry about this, it's Labour MPs as well, and Labour councillors. One Labour MP I was speaking to yesterday said the government was a laughingstock and that there was now a resigned acceptance on the backbenches that this is the level of competence we have for now. So anger all around. Absolutely. And mentioning reform. They're the ones who brought this case, kind of forced the government into this U-turn. We're going to hear from them later about who's going to be supporting Nigel Farage.
Yes, so Nigel Farage is trying to show the public that he's preparing for power, and that also the reform isn't just a one-man band consisting of him. So he's going to be showing who's going to get the top roles if reform do win the next election. Robert Jenrick, who is the Shadow Justice Secretary in the Conservatives, he's tipped for Chancellor. Zia Youssef tipped for Home Secretary. So he's hoping to show that Reform are ready to take over from Labour when there's a next election.
Interesting stuff, and we'll find out who is going to get those jobs, I think, a bit later on. Alex, thanks so much for now. All right, now, well, getting a job is now harder as redundancies are up and unemployment has hit a post-pandemic high. It's the highest level, in fact, in some 5 years. Well, data from the ONS show the jobless rate has risen to 5.2%, a number not reached since January 2021. The figure had stood at 4.1 when Labour took office in 2024. The data also showed that the number of unemployed people per job vacancy is at a post-pandemic high, and redundancies are also increasing. Well, the head of the Metropolitan Police is calling on the courts to stop releasing repeat offenders who steal phones. In the past 4 weeks, the Metropolitan Police has arrested more than 200 people in an effort to crack down on phone theft in London. Now, Sir Mark Rowley is calling on the courts to stop undermining his officers and demanding manufacturers make it harder for handsets to be reset and sold on. Now, 2.5 million children across the UK lack a father figure, and while that can be negative for all members of the family, some argue it's especially impactful for young boys. Now, one school in Basingstoke is trying to help their male students through a support network of local men. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, went to Brighton Hill Community School to see the plan in action and spent time with 2 fatherless teens.
Hands up if you're aware of a programme called Adolescents.
We've heard the warnings that teenage boys are in crisis.
Young men are suffering. They're feeling isolated, they're grappling with their masculinity and with their broader place in society.
What can we do as a society to stop young boys being dragged into this whirlpool of hatred and misogyny?
Boys are struggling, lagging behind girls at school in every metric, from primary to GCSE and beyond. There's concern about their online consumption.
Real strength isn't in that toxic content online. It's about how kind we are.
Absent fatherhood is also on the rise. Teenage life is harder to navigate. And 2 boys here at Brighton Hill Community School in Basingstoke have agreed to share their experiences. 16-year-old Jacob and 15-year-old Raphael.
Your model, how are you going to change it? How are you going to make it better?
Raphael's father left home when he was 2, more recently starting a new family abroad. Raphael doesn't feel wronged by that, but he has struggled with it.
It's knowing that your own father's not there growing up, or, you know, you start to question yourself. Am I enough? Am I the problem? It's simple things like when I was learning to do a tie, I was using YouTube that's one of the moments you want to be able to go to a dad.
What do you say, Jason? I mean, every time I hear Raf mention that story about the tie, it kind of tugs on my heartstrings. It's really sad that the young man doesn't have someone that can help him tie the tie. He has to go to the internet. Talk to us about your reporting, Jason, this school and the programme that they're trying to get started.
Yeah, so the rest of that report looks at the life of Jacob as well, who's the other child we mentioned briefly in there, and he lost his father. We didn't lose his father, but his father was taken very ill after having a stroke, and it had a big impact. He stopped going to school, and what the school did, both for Raf and for Jacob, is they started to get mentors. And you see there Jacob working with one of his mentors, and that's time out of school, actually, out of lessons, just to spend it. He went down to a local football club. He gets really good at football, and actually same with Raf. He gets really good at golf. His grandfather helps him get good at golf. And what the school identified is that mentoring and father figures are really important. And this has been identified in the Centre for Social Justice report. It was something that Gareth Southgate started talking about when he gave his Dimbleby lecture last year. And so the school has set up what they call Goat Boys, which is an appeal to the local men in the community saying, you know, do you want to step up and actually help some of our struggling boys at school? We'll put the mentoring scheme in place. We'll vet people. And Chris Edwards, who's the headmaster, we had this nervous moment standing in the hall waiting to see whether anyone was actually going to turn up. And brilliantly, 50 men, one for each boy on the programme, walk into the room and say, yeah, you know, we'll step up, we'll help. And that's just in one town.
Yeah, and the idea, I guess, as we'll find in your full report, is that they want to try and see this expanded across the country. Would you say if Basingstoke can do it, why can't everywhere else?
Yeah, well, exactly. If it can work in Basingstoke, it can work anywhere. And it's a blueprint, if you like, for what any school could do. Obviously, some schools have their own... They have relationships with other mentoring schemes, other youth workers. But if they don't, and in fact 50 schools have already signed up just before we've done any publicity to do this in their own. And it's the school is obviously a foundation. It's a place where young people go. Obviously, some don't. And Chris talks very poignantly about not being able to save them all. Some kids do drop out of school. Some kids get pulled into other criminal networks or whatever. And he says, look, they're just looking for belonging. They're just looking for somewhere to belong. That's why sometimes they go onto the internet and find the wrong kind of role models. If we can create that kind of sense of belonging within the school, if we can create that sense of belonging within the community, then they're less likely to go down that road. And that's all he's trying to do. And he seems to have made a successful start in this one town of Basingstoke.
Really interesting report. And if you can save one from going down the wrong path, then you've done,
exactly.
work of what needs to be done. Jason, great reporting. You can scan that QR code on screen right now and you can watch Jason's full report. And I imagine Jason will be back on Sky throughout the day talking about that school there in Basingstoke. Now, to the United States, and authorities have cleared all the family members of Nancy Guthrie as possible suspects in her disappearance. Nancy Guthrie is the mother of the television host Savannah Guthrie and has been missing for over 2 weeks, thought to have been kidnapped from her home in Arizona. Our US correspondent David Blevins has the latest.
So is the net closing on the person behind the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? The FBI can only hope so. The glove from which they are analysing DNA appears to match one worn by a masked man in the doorbell camera footage they were able to retrieve, despite the device having been disconnected. They've also been able to ascertain that the distinct backpack seen in that video is only sold by Walmart, so they are working with Walmart to try to identify people who bought it either in a store or online in recent weeks. Sources close to the investigation say there is still no leading theory, but there is no shortage of true crime enthusiasts peddling conspiracy theories online, prompting this response from the county sheriff, Chris Nanos. To be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honour your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. I have to say, no matter where you go, from small-town diners in rural America to the big newsrooms in the city, it is the question everyone is asking: where is Nancy Guthrie? America is captivated by this mystery, partly because her daughter is a household name. Savannah Guthrie is supposed to be hosting the Winter Olympics for NBC, not making heartfelt appeals for the safe return of her mother. And partly because it touches something universal, the longing to know. What has happened to this woman?
Yeah, absolutely. David Blevins there reporting on the case, the ongoing case of the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. We'll have the very latest, of course, here on Sky News on the situation for the Guthrie family. All right, let's move back to politics now, and we can speak to the Shadow Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Andrew Griffith. Andrew Griffith, always good to speak with you. Thank you very much for making the time. I suppose there's a number of topics that we can talk about today, but let's just start because pretty sure you can have something to say about the decision from yesterday to reinstate those elections. Now, there were some Conservative councils that wanted to pause their elections too, wasn't there?
Well, Conservative members of Parliament in the House of Commons voted again and again against the cancellation of elections. That was our clear policy. Yes, there were some different parties, Liberals as well, who made their own local decision. But it was completely wrong. And look, there's a pattern of behaviour here, I'm afraid, from this government, scrapping jury trials, locking up people for Facebook posts, trying to shred court records, suppressing the investigation into grooming gangs, and denial of democracy. So there's some really serious questions to answer. We shouldn't just move on. Heads must roll. Someone must be accountable for this. And then now it's going to cost the taxpayer an awful lot of money to scrabble around at the last minute and get these elections back on track.
I mean, you could just be clear, Mr. Griffith, what you're suggesting that this government is doing with those examples that you give.
Look, they're time and time again disrespecting our constitution and putting into jeopardy some democracy. Remember why we even ended up in this place with the government trying to scrap local elections. It's because they woke up one morning and decided to impose a blueprint on local government in this country. No one asked for that. They didn't consult. They didn't hold a referendum. In some places, they're smashing up historical counties, all because of something that the Labour Party wanted to do. This is very, very serious, and we need some heads to roll and people to be held accountable for what they're doing to democracy in our country.
So you don't think the local councils, district councils should be restructured? Is that what you're saying?
Well, look, it's not what I think or what anyone else thinks. The point is, look, we've got a rising level of unemployment. We're not spending enough on defence. The government hasn't yet got to the bottom of even things like grooming gangs on their watch. Why is it that anybody thinks a priority at this moment in time is a wholesale reorganisation of local government? That is not the issue that people want this country to focus on. This is not a government that's delivering any growth. And we can see in today's jobs figures that they are betraying a generation jobless, who are working hard, they're doing the right thing, they're trying to get into the labour market, and they can't get a job because of the direct actions of this government.
So what would you do differently then if you guys were still in power in terms of the jobs market?
Look, we've got a very clear plan. First of all, we wouldn't be jacking up the cost of employment with a 25 billion national insurance raise. We opposed, and we would reverse most of the 330-page job-destroying employment bill. Business needs cheaper energy. Without that, we're going to continue to offshore jobs to other countries because British firms can't compete. And we would have lower and simpler taxes, things like cutting stamp duty to get the housing market going again, or cutting business rates to keep our high streets alive. Very clear plan, because we understand business. I worked in business for 25 years. Many of the shadow cabinet did. The Labour cabinet have got less business experience than the intern in the House of Commons gift shop.
Right, there were a few things there. Most of them talked about the cutting of taxes, but part of your argument is that we haven't got enough money to spend on things like defence, which is necessary, and the government would say that you need to make sure that tax receipts are high so you can continue to provide public services on other areas, the NHS, schools, as well as the very important area of the defence of the UK.
No, look, you're right. We always need to make tough choices and wherever possible try and balance the books. But the government has just wasted £62 million on a foiled attempt to suppress democracy.
OK.
£260,000.
You made that argument, but like you said, you know, you understand business and businesses will help. Businesses aren't going to fund the NHS. Businesses aren't going to fund schools. Businesses aren't going to fund our defence.
No, it's growth that's going to do those things, and tough choices. So the Conservatives have set out very clear choices on welfare, the ballooning welfare budget that's going to reach £450 billion a year of taxpayer money. We would spend less on welfare because we would make choices and get business growing again. And that would allow for taxes to be cut and for more money to be spent on defence and other things. So it is about making choices. I was a finance director. You know, none of these choices are easy, but we have laid out a path to do that. When Labour tried to tinker at the edges with welfare reform, their backbenchers said we're not having any of it. And it was one of the first of what are now 15 U-turns that this Prime Minister's made.
Yeah. Just on sort of ideas, bold policies, I mean, you'll know, and I'd love to get your sense of a Conservative government's idea around this. There are some groups that are calling for allowing asylum seekers to work. There is one organisation, the National Institute of Economic and Social Research, that says it would increase GDP by 1.6 billion. I mean, is that something you would think about, considering having these people who are here unable to work, contributing to the economy?
No, that's completely not the issue at the moment. The issue is that people who've worked here, British people, all their lives can't get jobs. There's 9 million people of working age who are not actually in the workforce. So the issue is that we don't have enough jobs. It's not that we don't have enough people to do them. And this often comes around. And the issue is always that you create the UK as a jobs magnet, people fleeing from safe countries like France to come to the UK because it's easier to find work here. That's completely wrong, and it puts all sorts of extra costs on the taxpayer, as well as putting British people at the back of the queue for the jobs that are here. The issue is the economy is not growing. We need a government that understands business, that's got a clear plan to grow the economy. And under Kemi Badenoch, we do now have that plan.
Andrew Griffith, Shadow Business Secretary, thank you for coming on and sharing your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's just take you to Geneva, where in that, what seems like a kind of nondescript building, but it's the mission from Oman, or it was until the screen went black, where those nuclear talks, more broad than nuclear talks, actually, the talks between the United States and Iran are about to get underway. We understand that those talks have begun at a key moment as the US says that the Iranians are ready to make a deal, but there are a number of red lines in the way, not least the US demand that the Iranians reduce their stock of ballistic missiles. We'll have a more detailed and I hope picture as well from Geneva later on today here on Sky News. Now, it kind of escaped your notice. It's been raining quite a lot for the past few days, 36 days, in fact. We're going to tell you about a flooding risk you may not be sure about.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think?
It's really unusual.
Mornings with Richard and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Now, parts of the country will see some sunshine today. It's been a wet start to the beginning of the year with 36 days of consecutive rain. Flooding's now expected in nearly 100 areas of England, with hydrologists warning rising groundwater levels are an invisible climate threat. Here's our science correspondent, Thomas Moore.
In the city of Five Rivers, they are no strangers to flooding. Salisbury in Wiltshire has a £45 million flood relief scheme to keep the high waters at bay. But the rain has been relentless so far this year and the river levels have surged.
I've never seen it as high as this before.
And for so long as well.
Yeah.
It's been, like, what has it been, a few weeks now.
So what do you think is going on?
Climate change, clearly.
New figures reveal a sodden nation. It started in January with record rainfall for the month in the southwest of England and a deluge across the south. 75 flood warnings and 191 flood alerts were in place at the start of this week. And the Environment Agency has also warned of water rising up through the ground to cause sudden flooding on the surface. 29 monitoring stations have groundwater levels above normal and 10 have risen to a record high in recent weeks.
Groundwater flooding is invisible. It comes up through the floorboards. It seeps out in the middle of the night and people aren't expecting it. It's not like you're living near to a river and you expect that flooding. So it can be very serious. It can take people by surprise and it is very persistent. It can last for a long time. So this could last for months in some of these places.
We have a navigation up there. You've come over the bridge, which needs to be cleaned out.
In a village just outside Salisbury, we met David. He built his bungalow 3 feet higher than the road and he stayed dry while his neighbours have flooded. Groundwater is a big part of the problem.
I'm not concerned about whether it rains or not. I mean, that's not my attitude, really, because I feel a bit sorry for people being flooded out. There's nothing they could do about it.
Because it's like the invisible threat, isn't it, coming from beneath?
Yeah, I mean, you can't do anything about groundwater. It's there and you can't do anything about it.
Somerset has also been badly affected by floods. Pumps have been brought in and vegetation cleared from rivers in an attempt to drain the water. According to the Met Office, the jet stream is lying much further south than normal for the time of year. It's also been fired up by cold weather in North America, generating bands of relentless rain that have slammed into the UK, particularly in the south. It is only a matter of months since large parts of England were in drought, but weather extremes are becoming the norm as a result of climate change, and the challenge will be to adapt. Thomas Moore, Sky News in Salisbury.
Now, we've just found out who will be representing the UK at the next Eurovision Song Contest in May. Let's have a listen. There's a YouTuber called Look Mum No Computer, and yes, those are Furbies attached to what looks like an organ. Amazing. He rose to fame because of this particular track that is dozens of those modified Furbies connected to that organ. I'm not sure if he will be singing, or the Furbies will be singing during the Eurovision Song Contest, but something to look forward to coming in May, of course. All right. Couple of minutes, we are going to be speaking to a fashion designer about some news that many of you are going to be dead interested in. Topshop is back. Well, as we found out a little while ago from the ONS, unemployment is at a 5-year high. Why? Let's speak to independent economist Frances Coppola. Frances Coppola, thank you for being with us, and morning to you. So, can we understand why is employment at this 5-year high, the worst since the pandemic?
Well, I think it's a combination of things, really. And the first is that consumer demand is weakening. That's been evident in the sales figures from before Christmas. The second is a cost of living crisis is biting, and that hits not only us as consumers, but it also hits businesses. Business costs are rising, and it's not been helped by some policies from the Chancellor as well, the rise in the national minimum wage, particularly for young people, and tax rises and so forth. So it's a bit of a perfect storm, really, and that all adds up to weaker wage growth and higher unemployment.
Yeah, and this is the argument, I don't know if you heard, Andrew Griffith was making. So are we now starting to see from the, Shadow Business Secretary for the Conservatives, are we now starting to see the impacts of those decisions made by Rachel Reeves, with especially that increase in employer national insurance?
Yes, I think we are. And obviously, although that will work its way through in the inflation figures, inflation will come down because that initial shock that will only be short term. The effect on business costs is much longer lasting, and businesses are likely to respond to that by hiring fewer people and paying lower wages. So that is what we're seeing. And we shouldn't also ignore the geopolitical situation as well. You know, we are being hit by tariffs and, you know, just increased supply costs and things like that as well. Like I said, it's a bit of a perfect storm, and it all adds up to an economy that is slowing down.
And concerning then, if it's slowing down, you know, this government's big plan is to go for growth. I guess they need people in the jobs market. They need people in employment for that growth to be there, so that more tax receipts come in and the economy continues to grow. Is this perfect storm weighed on a little bit by AI as well, Frances?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, one of the effects of making it more expensive to hire people, which is what's happening, is that businesses are likely to turn to things that might turn out to be cheaper for them, certainly in the longer term, and that could include AI.
Now, we haven't really spoken about it in great detail here, but of course young people are out of work at the moment. I think they're at 14% of 18 to 24-year-olds out of work at the moment in this latest data. The government say they've got a plan to try and bring those people back into it, if not jobs, into education. How much focus needs to be put on that particular cohort, do you think, Frances?
It's always important to focus on young people who are out of work at the beginning of their working lives. It has a terrible scarring effect. So it is crucial that we have policies that bring these people either into work or into education that leads to work. Not doing so would essentially to consign them to the scrap heap, and that's a terrible thing to do.
OK, Frances, thank you very much for that. Frances Coppola, the independent economist. Now, as once a staple of the high street, Topshop, now it's got some new owners who are hoping that they can return it to its glory days 5 years on from the final closure of the store. It will now be available from John Lewis. Well, let's speak now to Wayne Hemingway, who's a former Topshop design consultant and, of course, a designer of many other things. Wayne Hemingway, morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you think of this? Exciting?
It's an unusual one, this, because it could go, like a lot of these things, it could go either way. You've got to think that Topshop in its heyday was aimed at young people who were into fashion, went out clubbing, went to bands, but wanted something that was approaching designer but affordable to them, and was often quite edgy for a high street brand, and that was its success. You know, bringing in Kate Moss at the height of her powers, and all of that, and employing a really forward-thinking design team, and probably that crowd would never have gone to John Lewis apart from with their parents. But the question is, who are they? Who does the new Topshop want to appeal to? Does it want that youthful crowd, or does it want the kind of the crowd that you could call it the heritage crowd who shopped with them then but have now become middle-aged? And in the same way, I look at the way I was thinking about it is, you know, when Take That go on stage, or the Spice Girls now, they know exactly what they're doing. they're appealing to an age group who have grown up with them. So, but there's nothing in the press releases to say whether this is the old Topshop or whether this is Topshop in a more mature format.
OK, Wayne Hemingway, we're going to leave it there because we need to bring our viewers some breaking news. But I do appreciate your time this morning, Wayne. Thank you. Well, that breaking news that's just coming in, being confirmed by our partners NBC News in the United States, that the Reverend Jesse Jackson, a towering figure of the US civil rights movement, has died at the age of 84. It's been announced that Reverend Jesse Jackson passed away peacefully in Chicago. His family say surrounded by loved ones. Now, Jesse Jackson's career spanned at least 7 decades, going all the way back to the late 50s, early 1960s, when he was a protege of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He worked all the way through the 60s and 70s civil rights movements, those bus boycotts, those marches in Salem and other places, as he fought for black people in America to have the same rights as their white counterparts. Remember, this was a time when Jesse Jackson was working in those early days where there was effective segregation in the southern states of the United States. Black people weren't able to access schooling. Black people weren't even able to go to the same restaurants as white people. Black people had to sit on the back of buses. Reverend Jesse Jackson, along with people like Martin Luther King and others, fought for those changes, and the Reverend Jesse Jackson fought for those changes all the way through his career, passing away peacefully, we are told, at his home in Chicago in earlier today. He was 84. He also came to greater national prominence in the 1980s. He ran twice unsuccessfully to be the Democratic nominee for president, once in 1984, and then perhaps more memorably, certainly for me anyway, in 1988, where he, for many people, stood out as a candidate whose perhaps time had come. There would be a black candidate put forward by the Democratic Party for president. Of course, that did not come to pass, and it was another over 15 years until the Democrats were able to put a black candidate forward for president. That man was Barack Obama, who, of course, went on to become president in 2008, historically. Now, Jesse Jackson's also known for his diplomacy, his international diplomacy. He worked for the release of US hostages in Syria. That was back in 1984, as well as in Cuba in the same year, as well as hostages held in Iraq in 1990 and people held in Yugoslavia back in 1999. He also served as the shadow US Senator for the District of Columbia, lobbying for statehood for the District of Columbia. He was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor in the United States, by President Bill Clinton for his works in the civil rights movement, as well as his humanitarian works. He was given that in the year 2000. So the Reverend Jesse Jackson, 84 years old, passed away peacefully today in Chicago, the 17th of February. He was 84, and his family say he passed away peacefully while at home, surrounded by his loved ones. Now, with a man of the Reverend Jesse Jackson's age, of course, there are and have been issues with his health in recent years, and it was back in 2017 that he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. That condition was confirmed back in April of 2025, and it progressed fairly rapidly, that he had a progressive supranuclear palsy, PSP, which is known as a very rare but very aggressive neurodegenerative disorder. It's reported that he was hospitalized in November of 2025 in relation to PSP, but then was discharged in December of 2025 to the care of his family in an acute care facility where he would continue his recovery. It's reported, though, that he did pass away peacefully. He was surrounded by those that loved him. He was 84 and will be looked upon as not only a giant of the civil rights movement, but a giant of US politics, a man who, through his drive, through his determination, through his resolve, was able to pave the way for many of the black politicians who came after. This is a man who went for president, for the Democratic nominee for president twice, in 1984 and 1988, memorably in 1988. And it's hard to imagine that without Jesse Jackson being a trailblazer in that regard, that we would perhaps have, in a few years later, in 2008, Barack Obama as the first and only at this stage black president of the United States of America. I've got a statement here from the Reverend Jesse Jackson's family, which has just arrived to us here at Sky News. I'm going to read it out to you in full. And it reads, "It is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of civil rights leader and founder of the Rainbow Push Coalition, the Honourable Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. He died peacefully on Tuesday morning, surrounded by his family. His unwavering commitment to justice, equality and human rights helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity. A tireless change agent, he elevated the voices of the voiceless from his presidential campaigns in the 1980s to mobilising millions to register to vote, leaving an indelible mark on history." The Reverend Jesse Jackson is survived by his family, Jacqueline, their children, Santita, Jesse Jr., Jonathan, Yusuf, Jacqueline, daughter Ashley Jackson, and grandchildren. He was preceded in death by his mother, Helen Burns Jackson, his father, Noah Louis Robinson, and stepfather, Charles Henry Jackson. They go on. "Our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world. We shared him with the world, and in return, the world became part of our extended family. His unwavering belief in justice, equality, and love uplifted millions, and we ask you to honour his memory by continuing the fight for the values he lived in." They then go on to tell us that there will be some public observances held in Chicago. Final arrangements are to be made to celebrate the life of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who, at the age of 84, has passed away peacefully, his family tell us, at home in Chicago, surrounded by loved ones. We are looking here at a photograph of the Reverend Jesse Jackson in the 80s with President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, at a time when high-profile politicians who were black of his stature really didn't exist. Jesse Jackson was a person who led the way for many of the black politicians in the United States who would come after him. And he's a man who learnt from being a protege of the great civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King. He continued his work in civil rights and human rights since the early days of that civil rights movement in the United States, starting in the late 50s and early 60s, learning from Dr. Martin Luther King, who, of course, was the architect of this idea of nonviolence, of working together, of seeing a person's humanity. And the Reverend Jesse Jackson learnt from that and helped to overturn the rank racist segregation that was endemic in the southern United States in those days once the Civil Rights Act was passed, signed into law by Lyndon Johnson in the 1960s. The Reverend Jesse Jackson continued to fight for civil rights and for human rights in the United States and more broadly. It's reported that he was working to try and free Americans who had been held in prisons all over the world. He was an international diplomat as well as being a US politician, a statesman who was negotiating the release of American hostages and people who were held in countries all over the world. Just a few of them. He negotiated the release of prisoners who were being held in Syria. That was back in 1984. He also negotiated the release of prisoners who were held in Cuba in the 80s as well as in Iraq and in Yugoslavia in 1999. Now, here he is pictured, as we say, with the President of the US, Ronald Reagan, and it was in the 1980s, can't tell you exactly when this picture was taken, but it was in the 1980s that the Reverend Jesse Jackson ran for president. He wanted to get the Democratic nomination for president, and he went for that twice in 1984 and 1988. And it was a time when the idea of a black person being president in the United States was far from the minds of people, only 20 years since some of those racist Jim Crow laws had been lifted in the southern United States, since black people were given equal rights through the Civil Rights Act, since black people were able to go to schools with their white counterparts, able to eat in the same restaurants as white counterparts, given the vote in the same way as their white counterparts. The United States here in the 80s had only been about 20 or so years on from those Jim Crow laws, from that racist segregation. So the idea of a black person becoming president for many people in America was a dream. And it wasn't until, of course, 2008, with the election of Barack Obama, that the United States did manage to achieve that dream. Barack Obama, of course, serving 2 terms from 2008 up to 2015. So the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who has passed away at the age of 84, his family have put out a statement, which I'm going to read a little bit of and give you a bit more detail as to how they, at this moment, are celebrating the passing of the leader of their family. So they write, it's a Jackson family statement, and it's come from Chicago, where he died just a short time ago. It is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of the civil rights leader and founder of the Rainbow Push Coalition, the Honourable Jesse Jackson Sr. He died peacefully on Tuesday morning, surrounded by his family. His unwavering commitment to justice and human rights helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity, and became a voice for the voiceless, a tireless change agent. He elevated the voices of the voiceless and went on to do that throughout his career. Reverend Jesse Jackson, who, as I said, had run for president twice in 1984 and 1988, continued his work as a civil rights leader and a person calling for human rights, the dignity of every human person in the United States, regardless of their colour, all the way through his life. But it was in his later years, and back in 2017, that he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. That disease progressed, and it was later, in April of 2025, diagnosed as progressive supranuclear palsy, PSP. It's known as a rare and aggressive neurodegenerative disorder. He was taken into hospital as a result of that in November of 2025, and then discharged to an acute care facility in December of 2025. He officially, at that point, stepped down from this organisation known as the Rainbow Push Coalition, and that is an organisation that was founded by the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who led the group 52 years, starting it in 1971. It is an organisation that is headquartered in the US city of Chicago. Its mission is to organise, to get people involved in democracy, and to push for social justice. It grew out of, in fact, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, which was founded by Dr. Martin Luther King. And in 1966, Dr. King appointed Jesse Jackson Sr. to serve as the first director of what was known as Operation Breadbasket. That was in Chicago. Now, a few years later, in 1971, the Rainbow Push Coalition was founded as social justice movements. Other civil rights groups were merged, and Reverend Jesse Jackson served as the head of that organisation that was dedicated throughout those years from 1971 up to this very day in improving the economic conditions of black communities across the United States. In the 70s, it expanded into areas of social and political development using direct action campaigns, as well as radio broadcasts and awards, and that honoured prominent black people in the United States and abroad. Of course, this is something that came out of Chicago. It's where Reverend Jesse Jackson came out of, where he passed away, and of course, the same city where America's first black president came from as well, Barack Obama. Well, let's bring in now Lord Simon Woolley, who I'm very pleased to say has joined us now live. Lord Woolley, good morning to you and thank you for being with us. Please reflect for us, if you can, on the life of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who has passed away today.
Well, I just got a call about 10 minutes ago from your team, and I must say that I'm heartbroken and crestfallen to have lost a very dear friend, a mentor, and as you've been saying, an icon of social and racial justice. We spoke just before Christmas with his daughter Jacqueline. He had difficulty speaking, but I said to him that I am me right now, head of Oxbridge College and all the rest of it, in no small measure because of you, my friend. He changed so many people's lives. He changed so many institutions. His legacy will live forever. And I'm an embodiment of someone who, he put his arm on my shoulder, my brother Woolley. If Dr. Martin Luther King was alive, you'd be in his team. We're going to do great things together. And we did, as a matter of fact. When he first came to London to be alongside me, registering literally tens of thousands of people to vote. Together we transformed Westminster to the way that it looks today, to the institutions such as the Race Disparity Unit and the black and brown faces that now sit on the green benches. Is because of our collective work. And you know, when I started here at Cambridge University, at Homerton College, one of the first things I was able to do was to honour my mentor with a fellowship. And it was one of the last times he came to the UK. We gave him a fellowship at this college, and his son was there too. And his son reminded me just how much it meant to him. But it's not about what he did for me. To me, enormous as that has been. But it's what he did for America. It's what he did on a global scale. The last physical time we were together was in the French palace with President Macron. He was given the Légion d'honneur by the president, and it was extraordinary because we were told that Macron was supposed to stay and give the honor for about 40 minutes. He was so enamored with this man. He stayed with him for 3 hours. He just didn't want to leave his side. And he mentioned what he'd done for him and for France and for Europe. So of course I'm crestfallen, and I hope to fly to be at the funeral to pay my respects. But in that moment of feeling awful about the loss, I have to feel joy about what he did for me and for literally millions of people around the world. It is a great loss, but also a life so wonderfully lived,
okay,
so wonderfully inspiring.
Yeah.
That the Jesse Jackson legacy, my brother, my friend, my mentor,
okay. Lord Woolley,
will live for a long time.
Sorry to interrupt you, Lord Woolley. We are going to come back to you. We have to take a really short break, but we're going to come back to you. We want to continue our reflections on this icon, this titan of the civil rights movement, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who has passed away today at the age of 84.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report. And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.